Once again, no TikTok stream tonight. At least I can. It's slowly improving. I can at least log into TikTok on my browser, but I can't get the app to work for me. So, yeah, no TikTok stream because the TikTok app it will refuse to load. It's very embarrassing. It makes me think that something got goofed a couple days ago when there was that Amazon Web Service fuckery that occurred. Best I can figure is that yes, something occurred with the AWS stuff that threw everything through a tizzy, and like something on like their back end is still hecked up. Like you would think they wouldn't. I don't know. You would think like with AWS with Amazon Web Service that like if like the website and the smartphone app are all working, you would think if all those things are working, that everything else ought to be working, and if it's not, that their engineers would be working hard at it. But like, you know, we're like. I think it was Monday. I think it was Monday when the AWS problems were occurring. And here we are on Thursday, and like, I guess some sites are still experiencing problems. I don't mean to like armchair DevOps this kind of thing, because I'm a developer, but I've never done like system administration, obviously. So I don't really know how involved these things are, but it's like, all these other websites are up and running. Why is TikTok struggling? But I don't know. Fuck do I know, right? Fuck do I know? I know as of like a few, like maybe not so much yesterday, but like Wednesday, I know. Or Tuesday rather. Tuesday, like end of day Tuesday, some sites were still having some weirdness. Still having some weirdness kind of going on in the back ends. So, because it's weird, like the Amazon Web Service problems, I think, were addressed by end of day Monday. But yeah, there were still like some downstream effects that had to be addressed, and I don't know. This shit, like, shit goes down. It flows downstream, as they say. Like, there's always other problems whenever you have like a major outage like that, and that was a pretty big one. Not quite like the CloudStrike one from last year. That CloudStrike outage from last year, that shit did some damage. That shit did some real damage. All right. I think we're all setified. I think we're all caught back up here. Yes. All right, multi-stream is going. After that's not. Oh, I know why. Switch. Let me grab this one thing. Sorry, I need to grab one other thing. Ooh, excuse me. And then I need to belch loudly. There we go. All right, one more drink of water. I'm switching to my soda, by the way. My once-a-week soda. What's up, Johnson? A hot sauce-laden meal? Oh, we're asking which one? I mean, if your tummy is normally, like, questionable when it comes to hot sauce, might be playing with fire. But, I don't know, if you've never had, if you don't usually have problems, it might not have necessarily been the hot sauce. Yeah. No, I know what you meant, like, yeah, hot sauce laden, which is to say, heavy on the sauce. Heavy on the sauce. My tummy in general is questionable. Well, yeah, I understand. I mean, I know that, like, not everybody that has, like, chronic stomach stuff necessarily is adversely affected by hot sauce, but, yeah, for some of us, a little bit goes a long way. I love spicy stuff, but I do have my limits. Like I said, tonight is Soda Thursday. Happy Soda Thursdays to those who celebrate. Once again, it's my day of the week where I go in the office. And my treat to myself is a cold one. Cracking up with a cold one, you're all the boys. Even you, Johnson, you're one of the boys as well. Spelled B-O-I-S, that way it's not gender neutral. We're not exclusionary. The boys is a gender and an all sex inclusive term, as we all know. Today in particular was a big office day. I had a big old peer review. That went pretty well. There was a thing I've been working on for like 6 goddamn months that is nearing its completion, and we did a peer review on all the code I've written for the past 6 months, and it was a big fucker. I mean, I like I said, I've been working on this thing for a long time, had a lot to review. We didn't really get to everything, but we got through all the stuff that I wanted to, and I got my team lead to drop the F-bomb, which is to say, he said fabulous. He said, fabulous work, Alex. Actually, I think at one point we were looking through something that I had written, and he goes, "This is he got to use the B word." I said, "This is beautiful." This is beautiful. I was like, oh, so it makes me good. It makes me feel good when it's like, you bust your ass maybe, okay, maybe not bust your ass. My job's not that fucking like, you know, I don't, like, there are people that, like, you know, there's fucking, like, you know, I don't know, there's like janitors and fucking like like garbage workers, like that's people busting their ass. There's like manual laborers that like truly bust their ass. Like I got a cushy ass desk job, I got nothing to complain about. But you know, you work on something for a long time, it's nice to get that little kudos that says, hey, good job on this. So anyway, it was a good day. It was a good day for Alex, which means it's time to celebrate with a Mountain Dew, with a 0 sugar Mountain Dew, because when you're 36, that's what partying looks like. So on that note, my friends, continue with Tormented Souls. It's weird because you hear the name Tormented Souls, to the casual onlooker, they might hear that and go, is that a Dark Souls game? Not quite. It's kind of like Dark Souls in that it's a video game that you play on a computer. Other than that, though, no, it's not really a Dark Souls game, but it is very much a very cool Resident Evil and Silent Hill inspired survival horror game. Now some who were anybody who was here yesterday will note we made it further along. We cracked some pretty tricky puzzles, and I'm pretty happy with the progress we've made so far. However, I will acknowledge we like made some more progress. We did some other cool stuff, and then I died at the end of the stream, which was actually maybe for the best because it was getting late. But I did die like a doofus, which means that, you know, we're having to redo some things. But my save was recent enough, I think. I think my save was recent enough to be dangerous. Did I solve the elevator puzzle? No, I did not. So we'll need to go back and do that real quick. But really, I think that is the last thing we did. I think that was the last thing we did before dying. Because we solved the elevator puzzle. We went back, or we went forward, rather. We killed, let's see, I gotta get the thingy. We solved the elevator puzzle. We went back. We killed like a couple of bad guys, but died in like the second or third one. That's kind of how that went. I think what I need to do is, first thing first, I need to go ahead and lower the elevator down, get it stuck, and then let's think about this. What's the easiest order of operations? Should I go ahead and lower the elevator now? Think about this. If I lower the elevator now, it'll keep the elevator on the first floor. And then I block it. I block the door so it can't close. Then I would have to go back to the second floor, get the bolt, get the bolt out of that door, and then come back down. Yeah, I think that's what we do. I think that's what we do. I think no matter how I slice it, no matter how I cut it, there's gonna be like a little bit of awkwardness, and then I'm having to go down the one floor on the elevator and then go back up that same floor through the stairs. Like, it's not like one easy fluid motion. There's like a little bit of awkwardness, but with all the shortcuts we've enabled, it's really not an issue. Shoutouts to Clyde last time, who was very generous and very considerate. He knew the solution to this puzzle, and he kind of like gave me a couple nudges without just giving away the solution. So Clyde, if you're listening in, if you watch the VOD or anything, just know I appreciate that. Because, you know, because I think he had said this is a game he knows really well. He does like one playthrough a year. So it's a game he knows really well. And he's like, I love watching people stream this game for the first time. And he's like, you know, I won't give any spoils. And I know how that goes. When you're watching someone play a game you know really well and you love, I understand the temptation to like give maybe more than a gentle nudge, but like a more pushful nudge. I appreciate that restraint and the consideration, trying to make it an authentic experience. So go ahead and schloink this thing. Turn that off first so I don't electrocute myself. There we go. Wheels Magoober, yeah, the guy we killed last time. And if you noticed, if any of you are popping in from the Discord or from social media or what have you, one of the posts I made, you might recognize the thumbnail, which here's how it goes when it comes to like the thumbnails that I make for the streams and for the social media posts. Sometimes, like, some games are just not that cinematic. Some games don't look incredible. RimWorld. I love RimWorld. It's one of my favorite video games of all time, and it looks so fucking boring. RimWorld looks so fucking boring. And it's not a boring game. It is anything but. It's an incredible game. But it's really not much to look at. It really isn't. Back up. So, like, the number of times when I was streaming RimWorld, I'd like, be struggling. Like, oh my god, is there anything interesting happening visually that I can screenshot and add to the thumbnail for, you know, for the VOD or for the social media post? And yeah, so it was a struggle sometimes. Other games, yeah, look really cool and lend themselves very easily to like thumbnailable moments. And yeah, the one, in fact, I can recreate it for you here. The one, if I go back this way, where we're like standing over this fucking, oh god, sorry, we're like standing over this guy's corpse, and I got the fucking crowbar. It's like, yo, that shit goes hard. That shit goes hard as like a very dramatic shot, to the point where I'm over here like the dev knew what they were doing. They said, let's give the player just an absolute unit of a setup here. Gonna go ahead and get this ready, because I think we're gonna need it fairly soon here. I'm gonna turn the audio up on my end. Ouch. Oh, I got an achievement for killing an enemy with a trap. Alright then. He got a pot shot up on me. But apparently the trap got his ass. I'm legit surprised. I don't think it... Oh, he's like up against the wall. What in the world? Oh, it's a shame that I didn't get to see that death animation, because it's very likely that he got like stuck on the trap, on the suit of armor, and like went up the wall or something. Because normally they lay flat. They lay flat on the ground. That's very silly. Yeah, I think what probably happened is, I don't think the bad guy tripped the trap. I think what happened is I went through it, and then it went off. So it just, the timing just kind of happened to work out. Good to know that friendly fire for bad guys does work that way. That yes, that there's no like, they're not immune to that kind of bullshit. We actually already read this last time, so I won't read it a second time. I think we also learned that you can heal during combat, so I'm gonna hold off on additional heals for the time being. And what we'll instead do is venture out a little bit. I think the way it worked last time is I wandered into 2 rooms, and those 2 rooms just happened to have some combat situations. I can't remember if this is one of them. Let's find out. Observation room. Here's something. But I'm hearing it while the game is paused. Possibly not be, it might not be an enemy. Hello, small doll. Holding a... Is this shotgun part 2? Oh, baby. I don't have much ammo for it, but there is a shotgun in this game. Shotgun part A, shotgun part B. Can I combine them? Bam. There's the shotgun. Now, some of you who are gun... What the fuck? Aficionados. That was weird. The lighting was like shifting while it was paused. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't pause when you're in this little inventory menu. I thought it did. Is this? Okay, well, anyway, some of you might be raising some eyebrows at like the idea of combining a couple pipes and making a shotgun out of them, made from modified items. Like, yeah, I'm not sure like a plumber improvised shotgun is realistic. It is dope as hell. We only have we have one. I guess well, I don't know if there's like a better version of the shotgun we'll eventually unlock. But yeah, it just has the one shot loaded in right now. Look, it kind of looks like a Tommy gun, with a much less exciting barrel. Yeah, we don't have a ton of ammo for it, and of course we'll reserve it for like really spicy, scary enemy. Oh, it's the guy. Okay, never mind. I was all scared. We'll reserve it for like the really scary enemies. Oh, it's these fucking guys. We've heard about them, but we've never seen them before. That explains the light source moving. Anyway, yeah. So we'll reserve the shotgun for like the really scary enemies. It's definitely a jerry-rigging, if there ever was a jerry-rigging of a shotgun. Yeah, 2 pipes that smell oddly of sulfur. Here's the father. Like all the old school CRTs, I mean, it is the 90s, I suppose.
Father, what's going on here? Why is that weird man walking around the operating table with that weird chandelier in his hands?
I mean, it is weird. This whole scene is pretty bizarre. Like his helmet in particular, very strange.
What are you talking about, child? I don't see anything.
That's also weird.
Don't see the man on the other side of the glass?
My child, this place is giving you hallucinations. You must rest.
I don't know what's real or what is a product of my imagination, Father.
That's a angle I was not expecting. The idea that, like, only we can see certain things.
Let me tell you a story. Hundreds of years ago, this island was inhabited by a tribe. One night, the moon could not be seen in the night sky, and the world was plunged into darkness.
Yeah, it's called a lunar eclipse, bro.
The shaman of the tribe, those with special blood, danced around their dead, willing their bodies to rise and walk the earth once more.
That sounds terrifying.
And weird as fuck. And also, like, I don't know, it doesn't really sound scary, it just more sounds weird. Just strange, just like bizarre. I'll say this much. I don't dislike the game's story. Like the tidbits they've kind of fed us through the newspaper clippings and the journals you discovered. There's some interesting stuff here. I don't know if I love this story. Also, I don't know if you noticed, there was like a very brief little animation glitch just there. It's almost like the animation reset when he gets to the opposite corner that he's in right now. But yeah, there's interesting things about the story. I can't really harp on it too much, I don't think, though. Okay, let's watch to see if the animation gets silly for like just a brief second. Yeah, for just like, there's like a T-pose for like a split second. No, I feel like I can't harp on it too much, though, because I'm fairly sure that the developers are not of a, like, native English-speaking persuasion. I don't know what their native language is, but I think, like, the reason there's, like, a little bit of oddness with the dialogue and some of the captions and descriptors for things is, yeah, there were some localizations that were, you know, probably done maybe a little bit on the cheap, you know, done by hand or done with, like, Google Translate. So it's like, it's an indie game, you know, it's a smaller budget. Like, I'm not gonna talk shit, so they do the best they can. Infectious virus area. Operating room. So that's the big one. That's the big one. We'll save that one for last. We'll save that one. Oh, Jesus. I didn't even hear it, man. I gotta turn my audio up. Holy shit. Did not even hear his ass. So I'm gonna run to the very, very end. Do I bust out the shotgun? I might. Because these guys are kind of mean. Yeah, you know what? I will bust out the shotgun. I kind of want to drop this motherfucker. Hell yeah. Now, did it kill him? Probably not. Good shit. So that shotgun blast is about the equivalent, probably, of like 6 or 7 nailer shots. Because it takes about 6 or 7 nailer shots to drop one of those motherfuckers. Not kill him, just drop him. She pops the spent shell out of it, shell casing. Good shit. So again, only fires one at a time, so... I mean, it's a strong hit, but it is just one hit. Also, this guy's dead body did reset. Also, you can see his little booty. His little booty cheeks. Alright, so I think that was the one guy that like, damaged us last time. Wing. And I think this was the room where the other guy popped in and got our asses. Or maybe it's this one. Yeah, I definitely want to explore all the other areas before we do the big room. The big one. Now, if I wanted to, what I could do is... We're on West Floor 2. Yeah, there we go. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I could find the save room, but there really isn't a new save room in this area. Dressing room. Ouch. Alright, so now I'm injured. And you'll never guess that I'm injured for the very quiet and subtle, like, taking a heartbeat noise. So let's heal that. I seem to recall that there is a candelabra somewhere, but I can't fucking find it. The problem is, I can't even take out a weapon. Oh, here we go. I say, I can't even take out a weapon to fight this guy while it's dark. What the heck? Why can't I aim? There we go. I was pressing the aim button and nothing was taking, but there we go. We fucking dropped him. Yeah, same kind of thing. I would say even more so in this area because it's close quarter. He's got that annoying ass bullshit like spike out, hit everything in a billion-mile radius attack. When it's close quarters like this, it's like I don't want to fuck around. Also, that's the guy that killed me last time, so not fucking around this time. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Like I was standing still, I was ready, and I pressed L, and like nothing happened. She didn't go into the aiming stance. Maybe I didn't like hit the trigger like good enough. Maybe I was like moving when I didn't mean to. It's hard to say, but for whatever reason, I thought I was ready to fire, and then I didn't. And I got wasted an extra hit, but we got it though. We got it. So we dropped his ass. Got revenge on the guy that killed us last time. Yeah, the candelabra remains lit. Thank goodness. Not a moment too soon. There's another door we can explore here. That'll lead to floor 2. That'll lead us to wait, this is the dressing room? It's the dressing room. Okay, so at least I guess to another part of the main hall. Oh, that's right, because this door was locked. And now it's unlocked. Yeah, this is the main hall. So that was this other door. This one. This door was unavailable for a long time. Right. Right. Cool. Cool. Anything cool? Yes, I got some morphine. You know, the morphine in the shower. I don't know why they call it a dressing room. It's very much a bathroom or like shared, you know, shower space, bathing space. Also, it's where you keep your extra entrails. Obviously, your extra entrails and your extra intestines. Just in case you want to leave that out somewhere. So they call it it's a dressing room, but it's very clearly like at least a showering, bathing bathroom of sorts. What do we got here? This is William's diary. So this is the father of the two daughters, the two twins. Celebration, huge celebration for their 5th birthday. Even the maternal grandfather joined. The girls maybe have changed him. That sounds nice. Everything would have been perfect. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The paternal grandfather. Right, because this is the father who wrote this. So that'd be Noah, I think, right? Oh, no, I got it mixed up. Noah is Maria's father. Okay, so maybe I had them backwards. I thought Maria's grandfather was like the cool one. And I thought the bad guy's name was Noah. I guess I can't remember, honestly. Anyway, yeah, so if not for Noah, Maria's father, his cold stare makes the girls uncomfortable, and the crude way he treats Maria makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, I thought he was the cool one. I thought he was the good one. Maybe I got them mixed up. If he thinks he can keep abusing my wife as he did when she was a child, or dares believe he can do the same to my granddaughters, he's mistaken. Because, right, Maria, one of her earlier diary notes, talked about how she had, like, scars on her back from when he would whip her. So, alright, so Maria's father is the fucky one. It was... Whose diary was it? I think it was Anna's diary, right? Grandfather Noah. Yeah, that's Maria. Okay, that's their mother's grandfather. Okay. Yeah, I just assumed that was the dad's father, because the dad is I guess somehow contributing, I thought, to these experiments. I thought he was like down for it in some strange way. And then Yeah, the other man, it was our other grandfather, right. Yeah, because he was talking about how talking to Maria, I just assumed it was it was his father. Okay, yes, I just got it mixed up. Well, now we're learning about the deep lore. Alright, so that's how we got here, I think. I think that was the door that led us here. Which means there's probably not much else in this room for us. Hold on. I'm trying to see what that poster says. I'll read it. Yeah, so this room serves as a shortcut, which is nice. And a lore drop and one healing item, but that's it. Got 2 other rooms to experience here. Yeah, weird how the showers over yonder, and I guess there's no toilet in those rooms. And then this is kind of weird too. There's like hand washing stations here. Although, oh right, this is okay. In my mind, I was like, yeah, this is a weird like shared like barracks area. Then I remembered, oh right, this is like the surgery area. But it's like, it looks like it's this weird like mansion hospital hybrid thing. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. Was he doing like a badass like stride before he got blasted? Oh, the guy in the bad guy that was in the bathroom we just came from. This guy Rothart. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard for him to do anything cool because he doesn't have legs. He just kind of wheels around because it's kind of hard to tell. But he's got like he's got no legs. And he's got like the little sticky boys. He's got the stickies, and he's on like a big fucking wheelie boy. He's on like a big vertical wheel thing, and he just kind of rolls around. So unfortunately, he's like distressingly quick. He's distressingly fast when he approaches. He's probably the fastest enemy yet, even more so than the wheelchair guys. I mean, certainly faster than the guys that drag their like legless asses around. But even the wheelchair guys get around slower than the tall wheelie boys. And of course, they got the scarier attacks. They have a lot more health. Dangerous combination. Whenever you enter a room for the first time, there's always that moment where you're like staying perfectly still, listening to hear if you can hear any bad guys moving or approaching with intent to cause violence. Yeah, the stick wheel supports, but also with like a vertical, you know, like the vertical stands they use for like wheeling around patients that have like their IVs on the stand with little hooks on them, and you see people they kind of like when they're walking around the hospital. It's like one of those, but he's strapped to it and using his little walkie boys to kind of like roll forward. And because he doesn't have legs, he's half the man he used to be, right? He's not as heavy, so he's not like the thing's not falling over, so he's unfortunately effective at getting around and being a murderous lad. I'd wish that he wasn't. I'd wish that he would not be murderous. I wish he would be friend-durous. He never asked me, though. Another entry into William's diary. We're filling this thing out pretty well. Filling this thing out nice and good. So, September 17th. So the disappearance of the little girls was in, like, December, I think? Or, like, January of 81. But this was... Actually, yeah, was this 17? Let me think about this. Was this before or after the attempt by the evil grandfather to steal the girls away? It was 2 days after. So 2 days after the attempt, yeah, the evil grandfather attempted to steal the 2 granddaughters away for like fucked up science experimentation is when this takes place. Entry number 5. He says, Maria has come down with some kind of contracted a rare disease. And my 2 girls are missing. And my father has died. So, oh shit. So his father, yeah, was the good one. He returns from a business trip. Okay, so maybe the dad isn't evil. I thought the dad was like somehow involved. Maybe he's like legit. Maybe it's just the grandfather that's fucked up. Yeah, the officer in charge was like questioning me, I guess treating him as a suspect. And her skin burnt by what seems to be radiation, he says. Not good. Definitely not good. Tied to a gurney, hand and foot. Who attacked one of the nurses. That's unusual. The sedatives won't calm her. Nothing. Don't know what they did to her, but I'll not stop until I find the cure, he says. Okay, yeah, very mysterious. They were talking about, like, some kind of disease. Like, we knew that she gets afflicted with something. Not really knowing what it entailed. And then here's the part 2. Haven't found a thing, not even a tear of clothing. Looking for the girls, that is. And then, is that Iowan with the hydrate and the resub? Thank you, Iowan. That's very sweet of you, my friend. Do a hydrate for you, Iowan. Hope you're doing well. Hope Iowa's treating you well, my friend. A little hydration arena for us. Good to see we're playing Tormented Souls. Very good indie horror game. Kind of in the same vein of old school Resident Evil, old school Silent Hill, that kind of vibe of like survival horror. And it has all the trimmings of a old school inspired survival horror game, right down to the kind of at times hard to follow story and questionable voice acting. Good. It's a fun game. It's a fun little game. And we're reading kind of a blurb about, like a journal entry we found about the father of the 2 daughters that have disappeared, the 2 twins that have disappeared. So, yes, this is Marchus. This is, 4 months after the attempted abduction of them. And then, of course, they disappeared, so I guess they succeeded at abducting them. And yeah, also, 4 or 5 months after, the guy's wife came down with a mysterious illness. Their mother came down with a mysterious illness. So anyway, can't find, no sign of the daughters, no point to keep looking, he says. Maria remains in the same state. Like a curse, he says. Still hold on to hope that there's something resembling his wife is still in there. But it's not good. I have to find a cure, he says. Desperate times, man. Goddamn. Was there anything else? Because there was newspaper article. I think we read all that. Nothing in the back. What about the one about the twins? Was there anything in the back there? Nah. Because, there was the thing where you could click, like, both pages to read the full dealio. We read all these. I read that one. Did we read this one? Tragic death of Father Francisco. My father was transferred to town to take over his position. Staying at the mansion. An unfinished chess match. Alright, so her dad and William's father liked each other. That's a little surprising. So this is Maria's journal, right? Yeah, Maria's journal. And her dad was the abusive one. So I'm a little surprised that, like, it's like she's speaking well of her dad visiting, and William's father, the husband's father, liking him as well. I enjoy his company, even if William and him... Right, because William doesn't like him. Okay, yeah. So, that's at least something. Right. Actually, wait, did I read that one? It sounds... It's like a little bit familiar. Yeah, I do remember that one. Okay. All the other ones are familiar to me. Okay, cool. Trying to think if there was anything else I would have missed. I found not a thing. And then was this the previous entry? Yes. Yeah, birthday celebration. Okay. Alright, we're all caught up. What's up, Formidable Thunder? We got to Iowan. What's up, buddy? Wait, am I not real? You're real to me, Iowan. I promise, you're real. Iowan's doing the thing from Back to the Future where he's like looking at his hand and it's like starting to fade away. It's like, oh god, my parents aren't gonna get together. I'm not gonna exist anymore. It's why I forget what I'm doing, right? Like The Sims, right? Like, ah, shit, my fucking instructions that the administrators that call the shots, the shot callers, they cancel the action when I enter the door. Now I don't know what to do. Don't know what to do, man. It's so freaking... I'm freaking out, man. All right, so we got a couple of resources. Oh, look at that. There's something in the wall there. We'll just assume it's like an extremely raunchy, like, pinup of, like, a pretty lady on the wall here. And there's, like, very well-placed shelves to, like, block the view. We'll just assume it's something real saucy. Real saucy. Of course, it's a kitchen. Sort of, but it's also, like, a surgery prep room. Kinda, sorta. A little disheveled, too. Anyway, yeah, so not all rooms are that exciting. Some rooms are just for storage. Or just for, like, having a couple tidbits and odds and ends. Bibbles and bobbles and dingles and dongles. We already checked this area. Yeah, I think we checked all of them except this second most exciting room. Let's check this one. No, Hobbit is fake. I mean, I think I'm real. I think, therefore I shit, right? I shit, therefore I am. I like the purple, the black light up top there. I assume that's what that is. Little IV on little stand there. I'm listening for any indications of bad guys schmoovin'. Here is a presumed dead person. A badly burned presumed dead person. Should I check their pulse? I heard something. Whomst. Whomst shall appear before me. Whomst has summoned the Forbidden One. Report about the Tizmuit tribe. Right, so we'd heard about the tribe that were indigenous to this area and some of the rituals that they would partake in. Right, and their belief that twins were special in some way. Twins, like, that were, you know, kids that were born at the same time were somehow, like, sacred. And their blood was magical. Some kind of, like, empathic link. Some claim that brothers and sisters could appear next to each other in seconds across incredible distances. First explorers to arrive on the island called such gifted younglings witch children. So they must be burned! Burn the witches! Seldom survived 10 or 11 summers once chosen for sacrifice. Right, human sacrifices. You know, back in the day, had to appease the volcano somehow. When no moon was in the sky, the nights when the little twins would be sacrificed. Alright, so lunar eclipse, that's when it's time to get got. Children would dance, torch in hand around the tribe's deceased, while the remaining tribesmen extinguished their torches. The dead would walk the earth again at least for one night. Zombinos, you say. So do I have to have a torch and then dance around you? Is that how this is gonna work? I'm gonna have a dinky little lighter. Does that count? It's something. It is something. Well, let's see. He says they're badly burned. I have some like, very caustic acid. Some nitric acid. So I could, like, burn you more, if that's, you know, if that's your poison. Your deepest desire. And then if I had to guess, does this lead to the main surgery area? Very well might. Because we're in... Floor 2, anesthesia room. Yes, this will lead to the operating room. Where the big guy might just be. Like, moving slowly. Anything right now? I don't hear anything right now. The message written in blood. Over yonder. So yeah, that's what it was. On the opposite side of this observation area was we were seeing a very different scene in here. That being said, I still see some unpleasant things. There's this guy. That's a little fucked. And this guy. Yeah, we were seeing one of, like, the leather-clad lads just kind of, like, wandering around holding a candelabra. And it kind of resembled the nightmare dimension that we got to get a glimpse into earlier when we went to the mirror. Which makes me think there'll be another opportunity to enter the nightmare dimension soon. It's not called the... I mean, I don't know what it's called. The Upside Down, the... In Silent Hill, I called it, like, the Meat Grinder Zone. There's a lot of words for it. Operate on multiple times. Doesn't even look human anymore. I like how we can't even look at this person. Or, I mean, we can look at them, but there's no, like, interaction to say, what the fuck is happening here? Our girl, she's just so fucking traumatized. She's like, I don't even have any words. I don't even have a comment about that one. She's like, it's relatively blasé compared to all the other bullshit we've had to endure. Yeah, we had to do some shit. So we got to pull the switch, maybe. But before I do that, let's take stock of other things. We got more shotgun shells. You know, shotgun shells, the kind of thing you leave right next to an operating table. Makes perfect sense. This is the blood of the chosen twins, is what it says. I went to graduated college. Yo, hell yeah, get that debt paid off. Yeah, baby. And gonna resign. Okay, yeah, doing like a kind of a little career switch or at least a job switch. Congrats on wrapping up with college. Congrats on paying off that debt. I'm sure that was a huge pain in the ass, but congrats. Adulting like a fucking boss. And yeah, like doing like a job change, Reno. That's exciting. So yeah, sounds like a lot of like really cool, exciting, I'm sure stressful, but hopefully all worthwhile like big life events, Iowa. And I'm happy for you. That all sounds very exciting. Hopefully like things can calm down for you and you can like have some like chill time too, because you know, we got holidays coming in hot. Yeah, hopefully you have some time to enjoy things. Now it's all dark and spooky. Because it's dark and spooky, does that change anything? Not from the get-go. If I leave and go back in towards the main area, or not the main area, go into the observation area and see if it looks different with the lights off. I'm curious. So the lights are still on. Yeah, it's a very different scene. It really looks like the Nightmare Zone. Radioactive suit. And father still can't see it.
Of years ago.
That's...
Yeah, we've already heard the whole spiel there. So there's something about that room that's gonna be special, I would presume. And oddly enough, the lights did stay off. Can I use the stethoscope? Let me listen for a heartbeat. Am I sure he's dead? Am I absolutely sure? Shotgun shells are for euthanasia. I mean, it's one hell of a way to do it. That is one hell of a no more tears, only dreams kind of utilization. Anything else different over here with the lights off? Like, why would you want to turn the lights off? One thing, if you turn the lights off, you know, the darkness can still get you. And I don't mean that, like, facetiously. I mean this game has a mechanic where if like, you're in the dark for too long... I'll demonstrate. Things get staticky and scary, and if you're in the static too long, you will get killed. And you don't want to die. Getting killed is the opposite of what you want. But I'll tell you what is cool is that cool moment where Unstable raid too. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Unstable, for that raid. That's very nice of you, my mans. Very generous. We're playing cool spooky game. This is Tormented Souls. And if you've played this game, you might recognize where we are. This is floor 2 of the West Wing. We're in like the operating room areas. Trying to remember, did I also go down here? I think that door is locked. Yeah, that door is locked. To the intensive care corridor, so we can't go into there just yet. Body was badly burned. Nothing I can do about that. Yeah, it's like I can't just like use the acid. It has to be in an opportunity that says, here's like a place where you can use something. Yeah, there's nothing obvious there. So there's the dead guy here. And then this situation with the surgery room. Maybe what I need to do is I need to, like, just walk around. I'll try it with the light off, I think. I'll try it with the light off. Just walk around the operating table with my light source and see if something happens. Let's just do that. Thank you, Unstable, for that raid. That's very nice of you, man. Thank you very much. Do a quick shout out for our boy. Shazam. Do a little shouty outy doing some Zomboid. Good transition. Yeah. Well, I mean, Zomboid, there's a few zombies. There's a few zombies in Zomboid. Maybe slightly more than this game. Maybe only slightly. And of course, this game, very much like old school survival horror inspired kind of game. It's good. It is very good. I'm enjoying it a lot. And the sequel, I think, just came out today. Believe it or not. It's Tormented Souls 2 just came out today. Of course, this is still the original. I'm trying to beat this one before I jump into the second one. Yes, what I'm trying to do here, right here, I can even demonstrate for those popping in if you're curious. If you're curious, the ritual I'm trying to partake in or to recreate in some way. And normally I would kind of laugh at the word ritual, but I think that is actually maybe quite literal here. Also, Unstable, while I'm describing this, I'll give you my usual spiel where I say, if there's any clips you want to share, you can be my guest and post in the chat, and we'll all watch together. No pressure, obviously, but if you have any clippies, I'd love to see them. You know, I always love to welcome an opportunity to see what the homies have been up to. So, there's this dude in a fucking weird-ass radiation suit. He's, like, walking around this operating table. You'll note the scene inside there looks completely different than the operating table area we saw earlier. So it's not quite one-to-one, which makes me think there's, like, an alternate dimension kind of thing going on. And when we talk to the father priest man over here, he can't even see into there. He's like, what do you mean? There's nothing in there. He's like, you're hallucinating. So there's something going on here. There's something going on here. And I suspect that if I walk around our version of that operating table with our light source in hand, something might happen. Something might happen. So we'll see. We'll see. It's a new mod. Died only a couple times. Bullet in the groin. Ooh, don't like that. Don't like that. He says no clippies. If you change your mind, you can be my guest. And it does not have to be from tonight. Does not have to be from tonight. You know, my usual policy. It could have been from 300 years ago. I won't judge. I won't judge. Alright, so let's try to get dangerous. Let's get dangerous. Let's see what, if we're on to something. If we can, like, recreate that ritual. Get the dead to rise again, if not for one night, they said. So, he was going from this direction. Here, and I'll walk. Hearing something. You see him? He's wiggling. He's got the wiggles. Rise from your grave. I was hoping I could, like something would happen if I went to, like, look at him. Like, investigate him. Is it working? Cutscene. Oh, shit. Hold on to your penises. Boss battle? And now it's like, well, fuck, why did I do this to myself? I don't want to fight this fucking guy. I got a shotgun. Oh, but it's dark. Wait, hold on. Am I allowed to do this while it's dark? Bam, motherfucker. Because normally you can't fight things while it's dark. Bonk. Get bonked. Crowbar. Ouch. Alright, he is faster than I am. I could reload my shotty, or I'll just bust out my trusty-ass nail gun. Take some pot shots at his ass. I'm just gonna ring around his rosy, if you catch my drift. I might have to reload. He dead? Double tap. Oh, and a raid! Bonk! Hold on, let me bonk this motherfucker. I'm just stun locking him. He like starts to get up and I just bonk him again. Get back up, motherfucker, and let me knock your ass down again. All right, he's done. He's fucking done. And he left behind a scalpel. All right, we fucking did it. We fucking did it, man. He's dead. Kind of weird that, like, we committed this ritual to resurrect a zombie guy just to kill him again and for him to give us an old, sharp-ass scalpel, which we could maybe use to remove the ropes that are blocking one of the underground passages. So that's our next destination, my friends. We did take a bit of a hit there, but we're all right. We're all right. I think we have no medical kits, but I have 3 injectables. But thank you, Madcap, for that raid. Thank you very much, my man. I don't know if you are an enjoyer of survival horror and like old school horror games, but this one's pretty darn cool. Oops. This is Tormented Souls. The sequel to this game actually just came out today. This is the predecessor, as you can probably guess. Turn the lights on so it's less scary and we can see a little better. I should also reload my weapons. My guns in particular. And by gun, I mean, well, we have a nail gun, which is maybe not the most, like, reliable of a ranged weapon, and an extremely jury-rigged shotgun consisting of a couple pipes just somehow fucking, like, attached together. I don't really think about it too much. Like, how does this become a shotgun? I don't really have an answer. It's like a stapler and 2 pipes, and I don't know, but it's a very improvised shotgun. It fires 1 shot at a time. I mean, there it is. We got 1 shot. We have 9 other shells, and it packs a fucking punch. But again, only 1 shot at a time. I have 79 nails. Well, I guess 89 actually fully total, with the 10 that are in my nail gun right now. So lots of improvised weapons out here, and also a crowbar. Can't go wrong with the crowbar. The old scalpel is not a weapon. That's a utility item. No, it's a cool little indie horror game. Very survival horror kind of persuasion. And inspired, of course, by Resident Evil and Silent Hill, like the old school stuff. Even having some like kind of funny dialogue and like some weird voice acting. It's cozy. Or maybe, well, okay, that's not right. It's not cozy, but it's enjoyable, and it's like very on the nose with its inspiration. By the way, I need to... What was it? It was the observation area. 'Cause I want to see, like, did something cool happen? Is there anything different now? Which one is the observation room? Let's find out. And by the way, Madcap, thank you again for that raid. And as always, if you have any clips you want to share, you've heard my spiel plenty of times. Because Madcap, much like Unstable, is very generous. They raid me all the damn time. Unstable raided us minutes earlier as well. So if either of you really have any clips you want to share, that is the wrong room. I'd love to see him. Does not have to be from tonight. Could have been from just a recent stream. I'm happy in any and all respects. Dressing room, that's not it either. Like, fuck, man, where was this? Oh, it was probably on the opposite. Yeah, okay, that's where I was getting mixed up. So here's the observation room. There we go. Doing some Power Wash Simulator 2, which I think also just came out today. So Tormented Souls came out Tormented Souls 2 came out today, and Power Wash Simulator 2 came out today as well. So lots of 2s releasing today. So it's kind of funny that the caption, the description for looking in the window has not updated. I guess they didn't expect us to come back.
That's an interesting knife you found. Do you know what it was used for?
I don't know, Father. What really matters is that I couldn't find the girls. I'm afraid I've lost their trace.
Not entirely. If my sight doesn't fail me, that knife belonged to the founders of this hospital.
Also note, this game came out in 2021, so I don't think this voice acting is AI generated. Nowadays, whenever you hear like kind of bland sounding voice acting, a lot of us just kind of jump to the conclusion, oh shit, it's probably, AI slop. I'm pretty sure this would have predated most AI slop. A shotgun and something sharp to set off the shell? Yeah, maybe. Or, I'm sorry, a pipe and something sharp to set off the shell. Well, I mean, it's a pipe with what looks to be a stapler and then like a little spot to load in the individual shell. So yeah, maybe it truly is just a very unique and improvised shotgun. I'm just surprised it wouldn't like blow the pipe, but I guess if it's a strong enough pipe and the air flows, you know, with the explosion of the shotgun pellets, that the force of the explosion propels correctly. It doesn't like get bunched up inside the pipe itself, because I'd worry it'd be a very scary hazard for the wielder. The wielder of the shotgun.
The operating room was forbidden long ago, but I've heard that they are still used for autopsies. In the morgue, you might find a clue that could lead you to the girls.
I don't really want to go to the morgue right now, but if there's a slight chance of finding anything in there, I'll go.
I have heard rumors of dark experiments.
Dark experiments.
In the morgue. Be careful.
Blow the pipe. I don't want to blow the pipe, wink. Or do I?
Thank you, Father.
Alex claims he doesn't want to blow the pipe, but come on. We all know about your illustrious past, Alex. We know about your reputation while you were in college. Iwan's like, listen, Alex, I just graduated college. I've been there. I've been there. I know what it's like. Let's see. It would have been was it the anesthesia room? They were saying check out the morgue. See, my first thought was there was that rope that is like tying down one of the little trapdoor areas in the basement. And I was thinking I could use this scalpel to cut that rope, but I mean, maybe it would be a little bit unwieldy. Deadly burn. Yeah, see, I was hoping I could use this here. Hoping I could like use this knife here, but yeah, no dice. So the morgue is our next destination. The morgue would be presumably down somewhere. Here's where we are right now. Rooms down here, intensive care. Basement is indeed the morgue. Not sure if I have anything new now that I didn't have previously. But if it's the basement, yeah, maybe the way to get there is exactly what I was hypothesizing. Maybe it really is a matter of getting down to the ground floor, finding that one trapdoor entrance, and cutting the pipe. Or cutting the rope. I got twerk in the morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, Iwan. Nice to hear from you. Again, congratulations. All the positive life moves you're in on right now. Very exciting. I'm happy for you. Happy for you, man. Thank you for that resub. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. A deeply sexual one, no less. Gonna go and take the elevator down. I think I'll be able to remember, or at least recognize, the area that has the trap that I'm looking for. I think I'll recognize it. I'm gonna block off the elevator. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to. Question. Smash statue of Jesus. It fell off the cross. Poor Jesus. Sorry about you, Jesus. Didn't mean for you to get got like that. From afar, it looks like the corpse of a bad guy. A corpse like of a zombie, but... No Jesus zombies tonight. That's the sequel. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. So I'm looking around. It's like in one of these kinds of areas. Also, I should be listening in closely, because they could have spawned more bad guys for us. It's one of those games where I would not put it past them. It'd be like, oh, hey, you just cleared a whole new area, killed a bunch of bad guys, you're feeling great, and you're going back to some earlier areas and you think you're safe. And then the game says, bitch, you thought you were safe. Also, I recognize that loop. If we were in the kitchen, we were about to just loop back to where we came from. And I don't think that's what we want to do, so let's go back this way. I'm wondering... Oh, it's okay. It's not the closet. Okay, so it's not this particular area. I think I'll know when I see it. I think I'll know when I see it. But that ain't it. Let's keep sniffing. Keep looking. Keep sniffing. That one is locked? Yes, that one is locked. Go to the atrium. I'm gonna go to the other wing. I bet it's in the other wing. The other wing. Because there's really nowhere to go in the basement right now. We need to find another entry point, and I think I know what the entry point's going to be. And it's just tiny little demon doll. That's what it is. No, it's not what it is. I could save, by the way. We've done quite a few things. I have 2 extra save slots, I suppose. It could do like a safety save. This way. This is actually getting closer to where we came from, I think. Like to where the game started. Maybe. That's where we came from. That's where the game started, rather. Oh no, that room right there is where the game started. Fuck, man, I'm all turned around. I can't remember. I can't remember how we got to that place. Okay, you know what? No, I think I do know. I think I do know. There's one... Yeah. Yeah. I think I know where to go. I think I know where to go. Honestly, if you're playing an old school, whether it be Silent Hill or Resident Evil, you're playing an old school horror game, does it really count if you're not getting lost every 5 seconds? Does it really count if you're not going like, shit, where was that room? Where was that puzzle? Where was that key? Fuck, I just saw it. Like, where was that thing? Like, does that even count as a video game? As a horror game, no less. Service area. Here we go. Here we heckin' go. And is that it? As I live and breathe? Yeah. Say yeah. There we go. That's it. So use the scalpel to cut the rope. Does that use the scalpel? No, or consume it? It does not. It does not consume. Boiler room? But I hardly even met her room. Haven't I already been here? The boiler room? B. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that was the generator room, not the boiler room. Okay. So this is indeed something different. Any bad guys? Maybe. I heard something. Green. I see like green shinies. Nothing here is useful. I mean, don't be so dismissive. Okay, there he is, yeah. And I can't really fight him right now because it's too dark. Oh, candelabra? Yes. Alright, so I think it's a regular fella. Shit. Oh, now I'm injured. So I need to go ahead and... Oh, God, sorry. I'm never ready for how loud that fucking thing is. I'm gonna do 2 heals. The tricky thing... I can't go very far, and of course we're kind of locked into fairly close quarter combat. Shit, yeah, that's like a ranged attack. I have no idea how to dodge that. But eventually you will knock him on his ass. An achievement for killing 20 enemies. It's weird because in this game, we're doing so good on ranged ammo. But I'm always strapped for healing items. Like, I never have enough healing items, despite my best efforts. And, you know, I could have just blasted his ass with a shotgun. And maybe that's a lesson here. Maybe I need to be less stingy with my shotgun. Because I was thinking, I've got so much nail gun ammo, let's use the nail gun. But now it's like, in a close quarter situation, just fucking blast his ass. With a shotgun, and call it a day. Someone was living here. Yeah, and I just fucking murdered him. He was living here, now he's dying here. You either get busy living or you get busy dying. A non-operational fridge. And that was just one of the basic, like, crawling around on the ground fellers. Not even, like, you know, the scary fucking big scary boys. I almost would have rather it would have been one of the scary boys. Then I would have used the shotgun and probably would have dispatched him instantly. Oh, I think I'm not supposed to be on the wall. A slight little glitch there. I'm not supposed to be on there. Yeah, the way the camera kind of whips around. What if I, like, kind of, like, get stuck in, like, a corner and then, like, leave my computer on and build up speed for 25 hours? Very dark up here. Like, dark thematically, but also dark literally. Like, I should be on the lookout for... Well, I mean, anything scary, but, like, environmental hazards. Not just the usual things that can kill you. Alright, speaking of the goddamn devil. Speak of the devil, he shall arise. Oh, right, I can't, though. It's dark. Fuck. Alright, so I can't really deal with you at all. Unless I can drag him back down to where it's light out. Actually, yeah, is this enough? Does the candelabra give off enough light? Kinda, but I just can't see it. Here, I'm gonna, like, lure him down. Will you come down the stairs? Bro, my dude, my bro, my guy. I don't think he's taking the bait. Yeah, I would need to, like, turn on the lights or something. Be able to fight that guy, because it's just too dark up there. Keep looking around. Oh my god, that's like genuinely distressing. That painting right there, like, good fucking lord. I like to think I've you know, over the years, I've become like desensitized to just, like, I wouldn't even call it a jump scare, but just like scary scenery in a game like this. But, like, that's genuinely upsetting. Fucking blood-stained bed, a weird metal fucking, like, the least comfortable looking pillow holder thing in the world. The most nightmarish painting I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, that's... I'm shook. I'm shooketh. The candle. Good, good. Some healing supplies. Think titties. 'Cause I'm just constantly strapped for those, man. What an odd area. What an odd little area this is. I bet the second floor is where we really need to get going. Now... 2 candelabras lit. Will that be enough to maybe light this area in general? So I can fight bad guys more gooder? Not sure I'm gonna hold my breath. But it's something. What I really just need to do is lure the guy. The big guy that's up there. Just lure him to a spot where I can blast his ass. Into which I can blast his ass. Is he still up here waiting for me? Can I go the opposite direction? So, like, from here, if I were to lure him to right here. Yes. Yes, I would be able to fight. Like, man, me, the player, I just can't see shit, man. What I have to do is try to just get past him. Could find a candelabra up here. Oh shit, actually. Yeah, I think I need to get around there. I don't suppose the map will say what a walkable path looks like. I don't suppose it works that way. I don't think it works that way. The boiler room looks quite small, but it's very large. Motherfucker's just waiting? Look at this motherfucker, just like fucking... he's edge guarding, man. He's edge guarding. And yeah, I mean, oh, is he schmoving? Moving? Not yet. Okay. So I think I know the answer. Yeah, it's too dark. Can't do it. You see the static? It's too much. So I'm gonna have to schmoove past him. I'm gonna have to schmoove past him, hit that candelabra, and try to whip out my shotty and blast his entire penis. Oh, well, the schmooving was actually easier than I thought it would be. Alright, shotgun time, bitches. It's me, I'm bitches. So still, let me get nice and close, and then fucking unload onto his ass. Fucking ruin Multiple gen. Is he one shot? Damn, bro. I didn't think that shotgun would drop in one hit. I've never had the shotgun drop anything in one hit. Even the little fellas. Either that was a lucky shot or he was already weakened. Because Lord knows I hadn't done anything to him. Well, we take those. A wise gamer once said we take those. Oh my god, dead bodies for miles out here. Look at that. Dude, that's fucked up. Anybody wants like some good budget-friendly Halloween decorations, just get a trash bag, arrange like empty milk cartons and empty like soda cans and shit to be in the shape of a body, and then just wrap the trash can, the trash bag around the like shape of the like plastic like cans and bottles and milk cartons body you've made, and it just looks like a fucking body bag. Just wrap that shit tight. Wrap like just a plain like black trash bag tight around like recyclables in a certain shape. Fucking nightmare fuel for days. Scare off some children. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful time for everybody. Not for the kids. All right. So this is, let's see, this is William's diary, and we've completed, well, not completed, but we've up to the first 5 entries. We have like the full set. And yes, we learned that yes, she had miscarried in a previous entry. Her condition continues to worsen. Her body is damaged, but it's her mind that worries me, he says. I mean, yeah, that's fucking awful. It's fucking tragic, man. Yeah, very disoriented. It is destructive. I can only try to sedate her. So she's somewhere inside that damaged body. She continues to worsen. She stood in a pool of blood. Oof. Whipping herself? I don't like that, yeah. But of course, you know, her dad whipped her when she was a child, and she still has the scars. Called in a paramedic to help sedate her. She'll sleep soundly tonight. And then he says, what have I done? And that was that a year later? January 4th, 1970. January 5th, 1970. Yeah, so almost a year to the day. I wonder what happened in that 1 year time. I mean, she didn't die, obviously, because, you know, there was talk about the kid, the 2 twins that were born. And, who were there, by the way, the 2 twins who were born, and, like, the weird happenings with his dad, and also her father. So the 2 grandfathers being at odds with each other. Or anything else, now that I've kind of explored the majority of this top floor, we go through that door. I think we've weathered the storm for this area. Now we're exploring the basement proper, really for the first time, because the rest of the basement has been off limits for us for the longest time. See what the happening haps are. Basement west, baby. I get to press the buttons. Another spooky, like radiation suit guy, which is, you know, just the outfit, presumably. There's probably not like a person in there, right? Probably. Maybe. One can only hope. Hope is all we can do. Chains. If I was trying to be sneaky, I'd have to avoid, like, bumping into the chains, because it's a great way to, like, notify things around you that you're lurking. Lurking and twerking. What the fuck? What in the world? What was I seeing there? That was bizarre. The body being lowered into a chasm. I think that's one of those things where I'm meant to not have a clear view of it. You're, like, not meant to get a clear view, and you're meant to go, what the shit? Just, like, bewilderment. The whole, but yeah, it's like those fucking videos of fucking sinkholes opening in Florida and just swallowing cars. Basically what happened there. Creepy gas mask people, always. That is an aesthetic I do find to be effectively scary. Yeah, that's where I like get to my battle stations. I'm like, all right, Who want me? Who want me? Come here. Come here. Who's out there? Not today, Satan. Not today, Satan. No, that's like an effective aesthetic. Like the fucking gas masks. Like the old school, like World War I era gas masks. It's effectively scary, I think. Like, it's unsettling. Yeah, it's Slurp, that's right. I'll tell you one I also like is the Plague Doctor shit. I love the Plague Doctor shit, dude. I love the fucking, the hats with the huge cowls. And, like, the like... at the time, we didn't know better, but what we now know to be, like, very inefficient and cruel methods to treat the plague. That shit's fucky. What an awful place to die. Any comment on the inverted crucifix? Any comment on that, lady? You know, she wants to talk about this person. She says, what an awful place to die. I mean, yeah, she's not wrong, but, like, are there other things to comment on, lady? You would think. You would think. All right, so we have a... Actually, I don't know. I don't know what this is because... I mean, it looks like an elevator, but there's no interaction. No inspection. Hanging out with, oh, CD as in the streamer CD? Because, I'm a big fan of her. She's really cool. She's a cool stream. She's a cool streamer. In fact, yeah, I know she was talking about, getting another archipelago, like community archipelago thing set up. And every time I see she organizes one of those, I get excited. And I want to participate, but I'm always like, I always kind of miss my opportunity. But I keep saying one of these times, one of these years, I'm gonna jump in on one of those kind of co-op or community-driven archipelago projects. I know she did a couple things this week. A couple shorter streams. Oh, I hear something. Thought I heard something. Looking for... like, some way for me to light some lights so I can defend myself. Because I can't even take out a weapon when it's dark like this. I do have one healing kit. That's all I got. Yeah, it would be fun. It would be fun. Now, CD's the coolest. CD's the coolest. She's a very good streamer. Like, she's very entertaining and also, like, very dedicated. She puts a lot of time into her stream. She puts a lot of time into her stream. And, like, she's... I think she's a full-time streamer now. You know, for a while there, it was just a hobby for her. But I think, like, it's built up enough now where that's, like, her main focus. And, you know, she spends a lot of time on, like, editing YouTube videos and shit. Like, it's a fucking grind. And I don't say that in a disparaging manner. Like, hopefully it's an enjoyable... Sounds, please. Hopefully it's an enjoyable, you know, like, creative process for her. But, I mean, I know editing videos can be very time-consuming. I'm trying to see if I can, like, get around this at all. I don't think I can. So, yeah, she's putting in the time, man. She's putting in the time. And it shows because, you know, her channel's been doing well, and her community has been, like, really receptive and very, like, responsive to the archipelago community projects and whatnot. So it's like it makes me happy to see. It really does. All right, we have a light area, by the way. That means if we need to defend ourselves, this is the place to draw bad guys to it, because that means we can pull out our gat, pull out our weapon, and blast some fools, blast some motherfuckers. Some GV action. I'll confess, I actually haven't heard from GV in a while. I know he doesn't really do much on Twitch nowadays. Every once in a blue moon, I might catch him, like, doing kind of an odd stream on Twitch. I think he's kind of to the point where... I don't want to say he's, like, done with Twitch, but I think it's not as much of a focus for him now, which is fine. I'm gonna do the heals, by the way. I think he's always been, like, kind of a YouTuber, primarily, so I think that's probably, like, what he's focused on more nowadays. I don't know if he, like, streams on YouTube. I know he does YouTube videos. Yeah, I don't know if he really does much, like, streams on YouTube necessarily. So yeah, I would gladly, like, do like a fun project with him or something like that. And it wouldn't have to be a YouTube or a stream thing. It could be a YouTube thing, obviously. I get the impression he's not as big into collaborations. I mean, maybe that's just, I'm just projecting, but I never really saw him do a lot of projections. Or projection. What am I saying? Never saw him do a lot of collaborations back in the day. I hear a bad guy. I'm trying to draw him back to the danger zone. I hear him. The fixed camera means I can't really see until, you know, we're like inside of his butthole. But no, I never really saw him do a lot of collaborations. You know, back when he was streaming more regularly, that kind of thing. I think he sees me. I want to draw him this way. Into the light. There he is. I'm just gonna fucking blast him because I keep getting got. And I don't have a lot of room to maneuver. Blam, motherfucker. And I don't think that killed him. Oh, no, it did kill him. It did kill him. So no, I would love to do it, but like, you know, some streamers and some YouTubers are like, at least more outwardly receptive to collaborations and like teaming up for things and that kind of thing. And then others prefer to do their own thing, and that's perfectly fine. You know, I'm never one to like judge or be like, or like be offended like, oh, he doesn't want to do things with me. Am I not cool enough? Like, it's like, you know, I get it. Like, I get it. Especially when, like, in GV's case and CD's case, both of them are, you know, streaming and content creation is their primary source of income. So, like, you know, it's not even like, oh, they don't want to. They probably, if in their heart of hearts, probably would want to. CD, in her, to her credit, she does a lot of collaborations. She's been generous. She's done collaborations with me, with my little ass. Don't step in the water. Yeah, very wise. Don't step in the water. You know, I'm a much smaller streamer than she is, so you know that goes to show that she's, you know, that's like super cool of her to do so, but it's not at all an expectation. So yeah, when like, you know, when content creation is your, you know, like your primary or one of your primary sources of income, it's like, yeah, you kind of have to be choosy about who you collaborate with, or if you choose to collaborate at all. You know, if for somebody who maybe wants to be like the master of their domain and have control, like full control over the content, you know, you bring in a collaborator, you don't know what they're going to be like, you know, on webcam, especially if it's a live stream. If it's a YouTube video, you can at least edit around, you know, unsavory things, but you know, it's kind of a gamble, right? So I was never offended by that, even when he was streaming regularly, you know. And like, as the smaller streamer, like, I could have asked him and be like, I could have been like, hey man, like, yeah, do you want to like do some fucking, I don't know, like some Killing Floor or like some Left 4 Dead, you know, some kind of co-op thing. I could have invited him, but it's a little bit weird when you're the small streamer asking the bigger guy for a collab. It feels intrinsically like a loaded request, like I'm trying to like I hopefully it wouldn't come off this way, but I would be concerned that it would be perceived as I'm trying to piggyback off him, you know, kind of ride in his coattails. So I try to be very mindful of that. Even with people like Alias and Shake, you know, people that I like to consider like legitimately are friends of mine by this point. You know, they're like, both of them are much more, you know, they have much larger audiences than I do. So like, I don't like to assume. I don't like to just invite myself. I don't want to just like invite myself on, right? But Alias and Shake, you know, they're and Craft, like, you know, they've all been so nice to me. They've been great this whole. You know, we have our kind of standing Sundays, as like a regular co-op thing, and that's been great. So I'm very grateful for that. Consider GV a friend. The problem is I feel like I've maybe been not great about this. I haven't really kept in contact with them because I'm not as active on YouTube. So when he stopped doing stuff on Twitch, for the most part, I haven't like avoided him, but I haven't like had like opportunities for regular check-ins with him. So I mean, I'm still I feel friendly towards him, but it would probably be like disingenuous for me to like be like, oh yeah, GV, we're besties, right? Like he probably remembers who I am, and he would probably hopefully feel positively towards me. But yeah, you know, that's kind of how it goes, right? It's at some point, sometimes if there's not like an obvious point for someone to like have like interactions with another person that they were previously fairly friendly with. You know, sometimes, you know, distance happens, right? But not from anything intentional. But no, I what I do know about GB though is I know I've keep up with him with some of his posts on YouTube and some of the stuff on social media. I know he's been doing some really cool voice acting projects lately, which is exciting. For like indie games, that kind of thing. It seems like he fucking loves it, so that makes me happy. I'm glad that like he's found like a new exciting passion to continue to pursue alongside content creation and YouTube and that kind of thing. New note about the, let's see, 1916. This would have had to have been the grandfather and maybe grandmother, maybe? Or no, this is someone else, because that's a different last name. Of her 2 twin babies. Oh, Noah was a twin, but the other twin, that's a name. What kind of name is that? Methusiel? Passed away as soon as the umbilical cord was cut. That's sad. So Noah himself was going to be a twin, who still is a twin, but yeah, his twin didn't make it. Now, I can't but wonder, Noah, of course, is a biblical name. Methusiel, that's such an odd name. Is that a biblical name? I mean, I'm not exactly like a biblical scholar here. I can't but wonder if there's like some of that kind of thing going on in the behind the scenes, right? Like, you know, if you're ever playing a game or watching a movie and there's like a lady whose name is Cassandra, and she's like trying to get people to take her seriously, or trying to get her to understand like a very real threat, and no one's understanding it, no one's taking her seriously. That's like, I think that's the story of Cassandra from the Bible, right? Like where she's like cursed with always knowing the truth, and always people will not believe her. I think that's the story of Cassandra. It's like a curse. I don't know what she does to deserve the curse, but yeah, like the whole story with her is that like she's cursed to always know the truth, and no one will ever take her seriously, which is its own kind of hell. I heard another noise. Some more nails, just what I don't need. I mean, we're still eating good with our shotgun. 11 shots. It's 11 dead bad guys, no matter how you slice it. 11 shotgun shells is 11 dead bad guys, basically. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I would have missed, because these corridors are very windy and very dark, and it's easy to miss like what is a traversable space. What is and is not a traversable space? Like, what's an opening? What's an alleyway that I haven't been into yet? Healing, that's helpful. So, oh, yeah, what's up, Irasi? There you go. So, yeah, what's the name? So, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Methuselah. So, it's a little bit different, maybe? It was... hospital note? Did I not take it with me? Maybe I didn't take it with me. William's diary, maybe? It was like Methuselah or something. So it was like something similar. It was something kind of similar, but like spelled slightly different. But anyway, yeah, that's probably what they were going for, if I had to guess. Yeah, so I guess we didn't take that article with us. Oh, is that the puzzle thing? It's one of them. It's one of the puzzle things. We still need, like, the screwdriver, the key thing, to go into the little keyhole. I think that's going to be significant. I like how it's in the urinal. Hope she washed her hands after plucking that from the urinal. I'm sure that was gross. A severed hand is in the toilet bowl. There's the Majora's Mask guy. Paper! I need paper! There he is. There's toilet hand. Let it be known that I don't think there's anything of, like, utility to the toilet hand. I think it's just, like, the game being like, hey, that's spooky. That's it. It's not like, oh, do you want to use something? Is there something to be done about that? It's just stand there. You know. Have fun. Do with that knowledge what you will. Oh, Jesus! That got my ass. That got my ass. A body was hidden inside. It sure was. Damn. Part of the reason it got me so good, I think, is because I've got my audio turned up kind of loud, just on my speakers. But let's see if there's another interaction point there. Yeah, just to make just my speakers being loud, because like there have been a couple times where I don't like notice a bad guy until I'm like up on him. Fuck, so I keep turning my audio up to try to hear the bad guys a little better. Oof. And that fucking jumps out and makes me nearly empty my bladder. Excuse me. Empty the contents of my bladderinos. Alright, but I think I've explored everything else. There was that one space at the end of the other hallway area. Yeah. No, I was just acting. I was pretending to be scared. No, I wasn't actually scared. Yeah, because I'm just such a silly guy. Such a wild and crazy guy. No, it genuinely got me. I will readily acknowledge when a game gets my ass. Because I feel like this game does a good job of being spooky. And having like that like really cool like theming that looks badass and looks scary and looks cool and sets a mood. I love the dread. I love like the spooky dread that games like this evoke. But it's not like I don't always feel scared necessarily with games like this. So when a moment like that gets me, it's like, all right, they got me. They got me. That fucking scared me. All right, I think we've explored this area pretty well. Let's see what this one holds. Oh, that's a shortcut then. Okay. That's a shortcut then. We got Nate. What's up, Nate? Thanks for joining in, bud. We are playing Tormented Souls. If you've played this game, you probably know where we are, and you also probably know what jump scare just made me fucking void my bowels just now. Motherfucker got my ass good. Dead body that jumps out of the locker there. Nate thinks, oh, that's right, we did rage it. That's right, Nate. Yeah. And of course you do know this game because I think you beat it last night. I'll confess, when I saw how you were further into the game, I was listening and I popped in the chat a couple times, but I of course didn't watch too much, but I was listening. So that way I could still be somewhat present, but I avoided spoilers. I was a good boy. I was a good, wholesome Christian boy. I avoided spoilers. Alright, so can I place this somewhere? What if I shove it up my ass? No, that won't work. My first thought is that this would somehow be involved with the those puzzle door things. Because the little signs on them are kind of similar. Little symbols. That one's shut tight, so we have now one direction through one part of the basement, which is great. But it did kind of end a little bit more abruptly than I thought it would. Was there anywhere else in the basement it could potentially lead us to? Okay, so that led us to the main hall areas. There was another entrance to the morgue that I missed. Go back in then. Was there a door that was locked? I don't know. I don't know if there was a door that was locked. But thank you for popping in there, Nate. It's good to see you. Now that so I know you beat Tormented Souls 1 last night. I'm guessing you're probably streaming Tormented Souls 2 tonight. If I had to guess, because I know 2 just released. As you can tell, I got a ways to go. So it'll be a minute before I'm done with this one. I think if it's this way, right? Sorry, I keep like checking and then forgetting. Yeah, just go south. I mean, there's no compass, but I'm assuming hang left and just follow the hallway. Yeah, I'd love to hear what kind of stuff you got planned. Oh, but I can't because the fucking water. So let's think about this. Have we seen any opportunities to like cut the power somewhere? I think that's ultimately what we need to do somewhere is to cut the power. So we could just wade across the water, or find another way around. What we ultimately need to do is get to the morgue. And that would be through the basement west. Well, like another part of the basement west. And if we go up to, let's say, west floor 1, somewhere in the chapel. I wonder if there was another basement entrance that could be cut. Kind of like the first one that we used. Where we used the scalpel. Use the scalpel to, like, cut the rope. The best I can figure is we head towards the chapel. I think just, like, looking at the map. I don't know if it quite works this way. Not all games work this way, but looking at the map and then going, like, up 1 floor. If we need to get into this little area, kind of spot right there, probably something... Oops. Might be something around the chapel. Which I think is more or less... we got in this place in the first place. Because, yeah, we, like, dropped down in the boiler room. Drop down the boiler room. Is that in the laundry room, though? I don't know. I'm not so sure... if the maps, if this makes sense, if like the maps are like layered on top of each other. I don't know if that's like the guide to use necessarily. I'll still look around, but I'm starting to doubt my reasoning to say the chapel specifically. I will look around the service area though. Okay, I got you, Nate. Yeah, Nate, you let me think about this. How did I get one? I'll tell you that I got a review key for the second game. I got a review key for Tormented Souls 2, and I can't remember which service I used to get my review key for Tormented Souls 2. I don't know if you've ever used, like, Lurkit or Dare Drop or any of these like, key distribution sites where you can apply for review keys, that kind of thing. A quick perusal of my email tells me there is one for Lurkit. That's not the one I use, but there is a Lurkit campaign for Tormented Souls 2, where you can, again, you can apply for a review key. Okay, I got mine through Press Engine. That was the one I got. All right, cool. If I have a great way to share this link, because I don't think I'm logged in right now. Yeah, I'll just post this link. So, the first link, that Lurkit campaign, that's a direct link to the Tormented Souls 2 campaign. So if you don't already have an account, you can just make one. And let me preface this by saying I'm not affiliated with Lurkit, so I'm not like trying to like get you to sign up. Like, use my affiliate link because I get a fucking kickback. Like, nah, if you want the game. That's a potential avenue to get a review key for it. And as a streamer, it's like, it's perfect. And as a person that played the fuck out of the first game, you'd be a shoo-in for it. So yeah, the Lurkit one, you make an account, doesn't cost anything. There might be they might have to approve your account, I can't remember. But I think it's like pretty streamlined. Press Engine is also pretty quick, and it's free to make an account there too. And in both cases, like, you'll get a review if you get approved for one, for a key for a game. The rule is you have to stream the game once for like an hour within like 30 days of accepting the key. That's it. You don't have to like follow the script. You don't have to be like if you don't like the game, you can say you don't like the game. Like, it's not like one of those where you're like, oh fuck, I have to like follow a script. I have to like pretend or like be like I don't know, follow some kind of like scummy like copy written by someone who's like, hey fellow gamers, I'm playing a really cool game, it's called Raid Shadow Legend. Nothing like that. I guess in those cases, those are more sponsorships, so maybe it's not exactly a one-to-one, but you all know that shit where it's like, hey guys, there's this real cool mobile game. Like, oh fucking god, here we go. What am I looking for? So I'm looking for, there's another entrance into a basementular zone that I seek. I can't get past your ass. I want to get past your ass, but I can't get past your ass. There was the one trapdoor that we saw. And we got that one pretty easy peasy. That one's like from the other side. We got through the rope on that one. There's, I think, another... There's another trapdoor area somewhere. I just can't quite remember. Can't quite remember. Time for some food. Yeah, of course, bud. Of course. Got stuck in this exact spot. You already know. You already know the hang-up I'm having. The hang-up I'm having. Yeah, I might... You know, if by the way, if you need to get some food, Nate, totally fine. So this is not towards you specifically, Nate. But I'll just say, generally, I'll just cast this as a blanket statement to say, if I arrive at a desperation point, I might invoke a nudge from anybody who would offer one. From anybody who would offer one, as far as like where to go next, and what like what the obvious or less than obvious next step would be. Yeah, for this guy, for instance, this is not where it would be used, obviously. This ain't it. This ain't it. We need to get to the morgue. That's the ultimate thingy. Gotta get to the morgue, and the spot that leads to it is like a no-go, and not even close. It's not even close to being a no-go. The answer might be kill the generator. I hadn't thought about that, but the answer might be to kill the generator. That feels like it might be the nuclear option. TBH. TBQH. But it's something to try. Oh, fuck. What am I... We've been to the generator room. What am I saying? We've been to the generator room before. Wait, have we? Hold on. Let me think about this. Because we had to do that puzzle with the fucking, like, with the PSI and shit like that. Yeah, I feel like we've been there. X-ray room. I don't think we've been to the X-ray room. I think that was off-limit. Well, was it? I can't remember. The question is, how do we get to that gosh darn place? Let's go this way. Let's go this way. This will just be chill. Yeah, of course, Nate. I appreciate you hanging out with us, bud. Appreciate you, bud. The nuclear option, sometimes that's how it goes. Sometimes that's how it goes. It's red. I thought the same thing, Farce. I thought the same thing. But upon closer inspection, I think the way it works is that the large, like, connecting spots, like hallways and main halls, those are green. Strictly interior enclosed cells and spaces, those are red. Except for, like, well, actually, no. I think even the waiting room, even though it is a room, I think that's still considered a connecting space. In a weird, fucky-wucky way. Because it, like, connects to other rooms, kind of, sort of. It's like a hallway, kind of, but it's also a room. I think that's what the red and green means. Because, yeah, like, we've definitely cleared the kitchen and the closet and the studio. We've definitely been there. I kind of wish that it would tell you if you haven't been to a room. That would be nice, but this is like a realistic map. Like, a realistic map isn't gonna update live necessarily. So it's like, I get it, but I want to know. Yeah, basement west. So it probably would be west floor 1, which we were just in. And yet, I can't remember how to get down to that damn place. You know what? That looks encouraging. That right there looks encouraging. So, yeah. So let's go out the main area. Which would be back this way, I think. Delivery room, I think. It's the east area. Delivery room. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it is an odd way of doing it. I'm with you. 100% with you. It is. It's a little bit non-standard. It's down here we go, baby. Yeah, baby. And yeah, can't do anything with that one. I think it just says it's a map. Yeah, that's all it says. Right, if you have all the items, if you've cleared it, exactly. That's what a lot of us think of, typically. Also, it just occurred to me, when we were kind of poking around in that subterranean area, that's that basement station, there was like what's a word? A like dismounted generator wall sign that was just sitting on one of those chairs. I was just thinking, okay, yes, I mean, this is a utility area, sure. But I think that was a subtle sign to remind you, remember this is a thing. You might need to go back there. And sure enough, here we are in a situation where I am indeed mighting to go back there. Nothing else here to speak of. They might have spawned more bad guys, by the way. If they expect us to go back to a spooky place where spooky things are happening to spooky people. Might be such a oh, look at that, the statue's got a gas mask on. That's cool. This might be a case where we spawn more bad guys where we've previously cleared the area. Here's of course where we first met the father. I was gonna say, I can't remember what's behind there, but the loudest door in the fucking world, that's what's behind there. Generator is this way. Yeah, there's that bad guy. That was like our first... Was that our first enemy? It might have been our first enemy in the game, actually. And Wheelchair Man, we popped his ass. We gotta kill the power. And I think it'll probably kill the power for the whole kit and caboodle. Which means, again, it might spawn more baddies. It might get weird. It might get real weird. Of course, as we all know, when you're in darkness mode, you can't pull out weapons. Can't pull out weapons, so you are grossly limited. You're grossly limited when you're in the dark like this. Obviously, candles don't rely on power, so you're fine there. But otherwise, it's scurry. Scurry. So let's consider, now that we've killed the power, and since we're kind of in this neck of the woods, we're in the X-ray room right now. Man, wouldn't that be convenient if we can get to the main area? I don't know if we can, but we're going to see if we can get to the main area. Also, this... What if these guys become alive? They didn't. I'm just saying, what if? I'm just saying. We met Father for the first time. He's just kind of hanging out with his dead body, as one does. Nothing else new here. Sure enough, lots of candles lit right now. There's like some natural, well, not natural, but some light in here of some variety. And this takes us back to the main little hallway zone. Oh, okay. It was the one door that was locked, I think. Because now we're in the basement west. So I bet it was the one we tried that was, yeah, that little corridor there. That's the one that would be the most helpful. But no dice. That's a generator room. And the one to our left, that would be the morgue. In fact, let's see, I wonder if there's even a sign for it. I don't see any signs. But yeah, this would be the morgue. It's locked from the other side. So we gotta go back up, head back to the service area, and drop our ass back down. Or, hold on, there was a shortcut we enabled, wasn't there? Yeah, I can just take the main basement entrance. What am I saying? I'm full of shit. Let's take the main basement entrance. It's spooky. Because the power's off, a lot of the electrical... Well, presumably all the electric locks will not be enabled. I don't think that's an issue for us. I mean, I say that. Right, I say that. We might have to get creative here. Waiting room. This might be a less than efficient way of navigating. Okay, never mind. We're good. We're good. That's the main hall. That's what we wanted. Now things resemble how we first happened upon this strange, fucky place. I will acknowledge it's been a minute since I've saved. No save points in the morgue or in the basement at all. How are we doing in healing items? We've done a lot, and it would be awful to die here. We're doing fine. We got some healing. Doing really good on ammo. So we press on. We press on. I do have two available save slots. Maybe I should just play it safe. Yeah, like, what if the game were to crash, right? Like, it won't. It won't. This game's been very stable, but, like, what if my computer blue screens? What if, you know, there's so many ways things could go to fuck. I'll be a good boy and save. I might as well. Life's too short, right? Life's too short to spend it redoing all this shit. I'll run up and save real quick. The quickest one be studio. Hang right in the service area. That is assuming all the paths there are valid, which they should be. No electronic locks blocking us. Electronic locks breaking or blocking our electronic cocks. Can't have that. Is this the studio area? Studio room? Studio room dio? It sure is. Oh, there we go. And we listen. Oh, and then we record. Record and then listen. And yeah, we stagger these. This is how you do it.
I don't know what just happened. There was a dead creature lying on an operating table. It had blades for hands.
And we fucking brought him back and then killed his ass again.
The body 3 times, it rose and tried to kill me. I found an old scalpel. The priest told me it would have been used in the basement morgue. I should find some leads about the girls there.
Some dark magic happening in that morgue. Allegedly. Allegedly, that's what the dude said. The duders. I mean, I have no reason to doubt that. There's like dark fuckery happening everywhere in this game. I just assume like dark magic and like questionable, ethically dubious experiments and shit is just everywhere. Just everywhere you fucking turn. Can't swing a dead zombie without hitting some kind of like fucky sci-fi shit. It's not even sci-fi, just medical body horror shit. Call it what it is. So let's see if my hunch was correct. Was I onto something or was I just smoking crack? Yeah, that was the sign right there. I saw that sign and I was like, in retrospect, I was like, man, I should have maybe taken that as the hint a little sooner. Because we're nowhere near the generator. Well, relatively. Or, I mean, we're kind of close in the grand scheme of things. But, like, this is not the generator area. That's, I think, the game developer's way of saying, oh, hey, that's, like, to remind you what, like, remind you that exists. Because you might be like, you know, 6-8 hours into the game, you might have forgotten about the generator. Sure enough, we can wade through the water. Motorized paraplegics and half torso. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know, for those of us who have played horror games, to turn off the dangerous electricity. So that means if I were to turn the power back on, we'll be Gucci in the coochie. But in the meantime, we press forward. And in fact, there might come a point sooner than later where we do need to re-engage the power. The power. Nothing else, it is very dark. Very dark and spooky. Fugitive patient. Remember 11th, so sometime after Maria contracting the disease, the twins' disappearance, all that jazz. HBP, Harry Balls Potter. He was at the hospital recovering from a self-inflicted gunshot. A fifth body was discovered on his property. Oh my gosh. Ooh, excuse me. Searching for the fugitive in the immediate area. Third case for a, okay, escape these facilities. So they think he's escaped. As opposed to, like, getting broken out. Very mysterious. Yeah, they call him a patient, but then we're like, well, but he has also, like, done some fucky shit. I wonder if, like, he got... Yeah, if the weird grandpa doctor guy broke him out of prison and, like, enlisted him for the experiments to be one of the dudes in the leather suits and the big hammers. Oh, okay. I was like, oh god, I hear footsteps. They're my own footsteps. Is it a horror game if you aren't scaring yourself spooked by your own footsteps on a regular basis? Getting the shit scared out of you, scaring the shit out of yourself with the sound of your own footsteps. So you know it's real. The nice little shortcut here, and I guess that's all this is for now. And a little lore, little nugget of lore knowledge. Tasty. I think that means on to morgue times, baby. It is the Magu. You best believe there's gonna be some motherfuckers in here. Best believe your titties. Question is, where? And how? And whomst? Oh, something? Trash pile. Smells awful. I love the garbage. You mean I can't pick it up and throw it at a bad guy? Distract them? Water switched off. Not even gonna make a comment on the fucked up, like, surgery and meat and bone cutting implements. No comment on those. The music makes it sound like I should have a comment. A pair of human legs, they're still twitching. And all the zombinos we've seen so far have, at minimum, had their legs amputated. If not more. Doesn't even look human anymore. She said the exact same thing about the first dude. Or not the first dude, but the spiky boy that we fought earlier. So it is questionable. What's up, TNT Motion? Good to see you, buddy. We're playing some more Tormented Souls. Get some nails. Yeah, we're getting nailed. We're nailing this game, or this game's nailing us. Stacks of documents. Go right there. Out of curiosity, I have 91 bullets. Technically 101 because I have 10 loaded into my nail gun. A lot of nailing. I'm hearing something. I'll approach with caution. I'll walk casually. It's definitely a morgue. This is a morgue that is morgued. A morgue, alright, no question. Blood is seeping out of the door. I'm not gonna open it. This is, you can't make me. You can't make me, man. Can't say I blame her. I wouldn't want to either. Oh! That is quite the time for a raid. What a time for a raid. Wow, wow, wow. Right as that fucking little sequence happens, all the morgue doors opening over and over. All the morgue doors. I love when Frodo and Sam throw the ring into one of those, into the morgue doors. Sorry, when your name has Hobbit in the name, you have to like find the Hobbit puns. Anyway, thank you, Johnson, for that raid. We're playing Spooky Game. Johnson was hanging out with us earlier, so she already knows about Spooky Game. This is Tormented Souls. Johnson was doing some The Sims 4. Very nice, Johnson. Do you have like any pictures or clips of the house you're building, or like the Sims you're simming, like the people you're creating? Because I'd love to see pictures or clippies if you got them. This game is kind of like The Sims. You know, I mean, there's body parts. In The Sims, the body parts are probably connected to humans. But here, there's sometimes not. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. But they're basically samesies. There's a door there. Oh, actually, I should click that. I know exactly what that opens. That opens the door we couldn't get into earlier because it was lockified. Look at that old-timey rotary telephone. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. So there'll be some yappins in a bit. There'll be some yappins in a bit. Yeah, if you got a clippy, I'd love to see it. Oh, a mortuary assistant. Yeah, I've heard that's a really good one. Very appropriate for this time of year. Oh, is there a kitty cat in this clip? I bet there's a kitty cat. I saw a thumbnail. Kitty cat.
We're not done watching. Shirtless Raymond's still on the screen, buddy. Buddy!
Look at the buddy.
Oh, yeah. You got big words. He has big words,
What a
he
little
says.
buddy. I like his little sweater.
He says big words. Oh, you got your arm stuck. No shit, you have big words. Oh, yeah. You're stuck. Stop. There.
That cat isn't being a goober,
Now you can go. You're unstuck. You got stuck.
A cat
Don't give
being
me
a goober
that.
in today's day and age. In this economy. So I was having such a fun time, like, laughing at the kitty cat. I wasn't really... I'll confess, I've actually never
We're
played
not done
Mortuary Assistant.
watching. Shirtless Raymond's still on the screen, buddy.
I'll pay more attention to this now that... like, I got the kitty cat
Oh,
dose.
yeah. You got big words. He has big words, he says.
I'm
He says
assuming
big
when you
words.
say big words, he
you
was
got
going
your
like...
arm
"Nah,
stuck.
nah."
No
I
shit,
was
you have
making
big
cat
words.
noises.
Oh, yeah. You're stuck. Stop. There.
When you
Now
said,
you
like,
can
your
go.
arm's
You're
stuck, I
unstuck.
thought you were
You
talking
got
to the lady, because
stuck.
her arms are
Don't
stuck
give
too.
me that.
That's how I thought you meant. Oh, Andy was hissing? I mean, that's part of the cat experience. Part of the fun. It's part of the words. That's part of their vocabulary. A very important part of their vocabulary, no less. It was gonna be shirtless Raymond time. I mean, he was still shirtless, but yeah, it was probably more distracting for you when you got a wiggly ass kitty cat that won't sit the fuck down. Got stuck in the sweater. Yeah, his little kitty cat sweater. It was a very cute sweater. And maybe that's why he said, "Get me out of here," because I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a cute sweater cat. I want to be a tough apex predator, which is how cats, I like to think, view themselves. The perfect killing machines, but we keep picking them up and giving them kisses. Oh, but thank you though, Johnson, my new city. Got to get some food. Appreciate you popping in though. And yeah, this is welcome back to some more Tormented Souls action. And by the name Tormented Souls, you best believe it's a happy place. It's a happy place, this cool little area. It says door unlocked. Meeting room. Oh, I remember this area. Okay, so we've unlocked multiple areas into the morgue. I'm gonna turn the generator back on. In fact, I'm gonna take the more generator inclined shortcut. I suspect that's what we need. Like, we need to turn the power back on, probably, to be able to perform some incisions with our scalpel on these dead-ish bodies. I say dead-ish because, like, we got this scalpel, and it was like, yeah, it's very sharp, and the priest fella, father, what's his face, was saying how, yeah, you might need to use that scalpel on some of the dead bodies in the morgue to uncover some secrets. Also, it's a fixed camera angle at times game. Like, not all the camera angles are fixed, but a lot of them are. So, yeah, that instance where, like, you walk into, like, a camera transition, but it kind of, like, it transitions in such a way where your controller was held one way, so you have to accommodate by moving to a different direction. And if you're not quick enough, you'll kind of, like, go bip, bip, and just kind of go back and forth. Stop me up, I never stop. There we go. So the power's back on. We had to turn it off very temporarily, but now we are back in action. Hell to the yeah. Oh, that's one of the endings. I gotcha. Okay. Shirtless old man time? You know, some folks are into that. Some folks are into shirtless old man time. Thank goodness. Thank goodness some folks are into shirtless old man time. Because I'm gonna be one of them one of these days. I hope I can be one of those old men. Sure beats the alternative. Sure as heck beats the alternative. Right, so now it's relatively light out. Who is doing this? Can I do any, like... I mean, it's still pretty dark in here. But now that the power's on, can I do any like, shenanigans? Involving the scalpel. As we were informed that that what we're looking for, or the next steps forward at least, are probably... Oh, here we go. Are probably concealed inside the morgue. So I move this big old refrigerator that probably is full of soda and beer. And has a slight bloodstain underneath it to reveal hidden passage. Now, before I go down that hidden passage and we commit to this, if there's anything else that was previously unavailable when the lights were out, if there's anything else, I commit to this explorification, stratification, masturbation. But I think we've pretty much, yeah, I think we've done it pretty good at this point. Yeah, we saw the trash, we saw all that jazz. Water's shut off, right, okay. Let's fucking do that shit, baby, as I belch loudly and I'm ready to fucking go. Here we go. Scary secret tunnel area behind the morgue. What could possibly go wrong? Plenty could go wrong. This is the experiment room. Finally, the sex dungeon. I knew we'd find a sex dungeon eventually. It was only a matter of time, my friends. Y'all didn't believe me. Y'all didn't believe me about the sex dungeon. Who's laughing now? I hear a fella. I hear a dude. What's up, Vlad? It was a big... That was a good one. Mountain Dew will do that to a motherfucker. Mountain Dew will do that to a motherfucker. It's me. I'm the motherfucker. Candle. It's getting lit. I hear dudes. I think he sees me. Shit. Oh shit. I'm trying to raise my audio so I can hear him better. There we go. Alright, what are we working with here? I bet I can nail him. Yeah, I'm gonna nail his ass. Oh, it's a fucking... Oh shit, in the darkness. That's scary. I can nail his ass. The problem is, like, when you fire at them like that... Oh shit. They can still, like, they're like moving towards you as you're shooting them. Yeah, get his ass knocked down. So you kind of have to, like, know how to kite them and know when to hold them, know when to fold them, as they say. Shit. He dead? I did take one hit. I'll hold off on those. I think I could take another one or two before I need to heal. Yeah, there was kind of a rhythm to it. The problem, though, is once he stood back up, what I should have done is I should have, like, backed up, or I should have done the thing where you do the aim and then, like, the dodge backwards. I should have done that. We dropped his ass. His ass has been dropped. Have we got her eye back? Not yet. Not yet. I do wonder why they took her eye. I mean, in all of the dead bodies we've seen, practically all the dead bodies we've seen in this game, we've seen that they've, like, removed something. Seems like the first thing they remove is the legs, typically. So why they only removed one eye and they just left her in that bathtub? Unclear. Unclear. We don't know why. We might learn eventually. We'll probably learn eventually. I'm guessing the answer is, like, they need the body parts for more experiments. But again, why not just take other body parts? Unclear. December 16th. That date is significant. I have written it down. I have written it down. I don't understand its significance, but we're ready. Passed away during a medical procedure. How long has this place been abandoned? Well, are you sure he's dead? Are you sure he's dead? Check a pulse. Check him for a pulse. No, I think he's dead. Call it. Time of death. 12:04 a.m. Central Time. Before 2025. Man is dead. The skeleton has been murdered. This is a crime scene. Everyone clear the area. A skeleton crime has been committed here. They call the skeletal FBI. What's this? Draped over the corpse. Flowers. Not familiar with that word. Catubal? Catupal flowers? Is it from the region of Kadup? Oh, I can't look at it again? That was a one-time offer? Can't read that again. Alright, alright. Oh! What's this? He's got buttons on him. Do I dare push his buttons? Maybe before I start fucking with shit, I like read things. Can't read the words. Well, I have acid. Would that help? Don't even give me an opportunity to use it. Books about science. Can I read every single one? Wait, you're a scientist? Quick. Name every science. Every single one. Located in my father's secret laboratories. Is that where we are? Hidden beneath a secret passage. That's where we are. Oh, fuck! Experiments are working, they say. Replicate Maria's condition by injecting her blood into a dying man. Oh my fucking god, that's a little fucked. Alright, so... I was right. Yeah, William's into some fucky science shit for sure. He was dying. Who fucking cares? Is it ethically dubious? You know, Hippocratic Oath, Schmippocratic Oath. Am I right, boys and girls? He's trying to develop an antidote. Went to the forest looking for something. Found nothing. In the mansion, but I can't go inside their bedroom from his missing twin girls. I can't fucking handle it, man. And many, many years later, where his twins are presumably still missing, promising results, but only for a moment. After 5 minutes, the subject dissolved into a pool of blood. Like his skin just melted off his body. Maybe that's Skeleton Man back there. I'm not discouraged. It's progress. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. It's something. It's something, I guess. Alright, so I don't really know if I have anything to go by. Like, you know, in cases like this, like, do I just start hitting buttons and see what happens? Like, okay, yeah, I could do it that way. And I guess that's what I'll do. It'd be nice to be able to see what these words used to say. Let's press some buttons, see what happens. Did I just solve the puzzle? Am I just the luckiest motherfucker in the world? Or was it like press any button? See, in my day, back in my day, there'd be like some kind of like sequence, like whether it be Simon Says or some kind of thing that says, remember, heads, shoulders, knees and toes, and you gotta go beep bop boop bop boop bop boop. So, not just one boop on the nose and all right, cool, we're good here, fam. See you later. Not complaining, it's just a little unusual. Got a good Dutch angle. You know it's getting weird when you got the Dutch angle. Everybody gangster till the Dutch angle shows up. That's a good thumbnail potentially right there. What awaits us? The camera waits its sweet time to emphasize the isolation we're feeling as we go into the dark. That sweet dark, that sweet night. Someone died behind the bars. It was a young child. Oof. That's pretty fucked. Pretty fucky-wucky and not the good kind. Oh, there's a fella. Gonna mark my way. I didn't even notice him. He's being so well behaved. Ouch. Fucking dropped his ass. It was a mostly blind series of shots. Mostly. You stand back up? He did, but then I knocked his ass back down again. I think he's dead. Is he dead, Jim? He's dead, Jim. Get up so I can kill you again, motherfucker. Let me hold a candle and walk around you 3 times so I can kill you again. So we'll do a heal. And I'll do a reload as well. Ready for the cool reload noise? Here it is. Chunk. Like that noise. I love me a good reload noise in a video game. Right? Some video games, reload noise is just kind of eh. Others, though, they got the juice. Probably can't cut that thing. Acid? Is acid the answer? Oh, wow. It will take days to have an effect? I'll wait. Wait, now slice it. What if I add... Is the answer more acid? Will it take now hours? I can wait. Or legit, the answer might be crowbar. Oh, I thought I was a genius. Acid and crowbar would be a sick combo. I bet we need to, like, mix it with something. Like, acid plus bigger acid. Because now if you look close... Actually, no, it is still kind of like... It's, like, still emanating. Good clunky and chunky gut. Yeah, for sure. And some modern games do it as well. But yeah, back in those days, like the lower fidelity with the graphic, well, for the sound effects in particular, kind of meant that some games had like real chonky sounds. Real chonky. Oh, our first tape. We know where the video room is, the projector room. Let's head back up there. We get to learn about the fucked up experiments. Nice that he labeled it for us. Look at, I'm just trying to like admire the fucking layers of grime on this goddamn tape. This accursed tape. Look at this sad toilet. Is that a squatty potty kind of deal? Like a squatty toilet kind of deal there? Actually, it might, or is it a shower? No, it's a toilet. Yeah, it's definitely a toilet. Hey man, one man's toilet is another man's shower. Or something. I don't know. That's as far as we go in this area for now. But we'll be back. I would be very impressed if it truly is a matter of just leaving the acid do its thing. Matter of days. Just leave the console on for like 48 hours. We are in... We're off the map right now, I think. It's like a secret tunnel where there is no map. Let's go back the way we came. Is the plan. Stan. Still waiting for them to summon more bad guys. In an area where we've previously cleared it. Like, I know it's coming. No, it's coming. They've yet to do it to us. Actually, this will spit us out pretty close, I think, to the projector room. That's quite convenient. And when I say close to the projector room, I mean precisely in the projector room. Almost meant to be. Bloop. Play that shit, baby. Grab some popcorn. Grab some popcorn. What's everyone's, like, go-to movie snack? Whether it be popcorn or, like, if there's a candy you like. I'm a popcorn enjoyer for sure. My favorite snack in the whole wide goddamn world is chips and salsa. But that's not like a traditional movie snack, so popcorn works well. Some Silent Hill vibes, yeah, I think that's what they're going for. I think Silent Hill and original Resident Evil are like the two biggest inspirations for this game, if I had to guess. Watch. Cutscene, too. We're watching in excruciating detail some fucky shit happening to... Oh, what the fuck? I'm going in. Travel to the past was the name of the achievement. Oh, damn, son. Back to the past, indeed. So we all know how this goes. Oh, that's kind of nice, though, so we can go back and forth at our leisure. So we all know how this works. I kind of want to explore. Ooh, but maybe I shouldn't. Oh, but I must. Can I access my menu? I can. I will explore. I'm also going to resurrect that guy. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a note for this. This is one of those games where you kind of have to make notes. Or leave note, or take notes, rather. You have to take notes. Shall indeed. Back to my Tormented Souls notes section. And append thusly. Peonies. Penises. Roses. Jasmine flowers. Question mark. Excuse me. So note has been made and savified. Feel butterflies in my stomach. Okay. A cold skin under my caress. Anything else? Love the poems I would whisper. Okay, making every little note here because we might not be able to come back here as easily, at least. Disappointment felt when he had to let her go. What's up, Aleph? Good to see you, bud. Like the map sound. It's pretty on point, honestly. Wasn't until later he could scream into the wind. Trying to like note keywords like scream and wind. So we know about like butterflies in the stomach. Poems to whisper. I mean, not really one in the ear necessarily. Yeah, so it's things to consider. We know the one, I think on the tippity top is the one that opened the secret passage. We got, oh, this is the, let's see, Bertrand. That's the nice grandfather. That's the grandfather that's like pretty chill. I am. It's a good game, Aleph. It's a good game. It's nice and like spooky and weird and creepy. The puzzles and the like trying to find out where to go next are at times quite challenging. It's a brain scratcher. It's a head scratcher. It's a good one. He's doing experiments with fetuses. Misshapen fetuses. Okay, well, I thought this guy was nice. Maybe he's doing some weird fucking shit himself. I know how to obtain more test subjects. Yeah, I think because Noah... Oh, wait, no. Unless Bertram was his last name? No, Bertram was the first name. Noah's the weird grandpa. Yeah, Bertram's like the I guess the nicer of the two. I'll have to do something terrible and innocent lives will be lost. I have faith that... Oh, boy, here we go. No matter the cost, he says. It'll be worth it, bro, I promise. Trust me, bro, I promise. Subject lost. Oh, yeah, can't say I'm surprised. Maria suspects nothing yet. Oh, shit. So he was the one causing Maria to miscarry with, like, these experiments that she was unwittingly being put through. Yeah. Jesus, no fucking wonder. No fucking yeah, you don't fucking say. And I think that was his daughter. I think no. That's not true. Bertrand is her husband's father. So that'd be her. So she's his daughter-in-law. Still, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, because we know Noah was doing some fucky shit. We thought Bertrand was the cool one. That's pretty fucked. Pretty fucked. Not a good time. Not a good time for anybody involved. I like the pile of bones just casually at this guy's desk. This fucked up experiment dungeon. So I could sure enough try to resurrect this guy. Dead dude. Here we go. Lots of misshapen fetal test subject. Test subjects just contained in those like little chambers, little floaty boy chambers. And another dead person. Yep, of course. Yep, of course. And we're going back in time. November 15, 1980. Welcome back, Nate. You probably know precisely where we are, my dude. We are in some shit. We're in some shit. It's enjoyable shit, but it is some shit. Now, was it the same button? Let's see if it's the same button. I just booped the guy on his head earlier. Boop. That didn't do it. So, yeah, what was the note? They said, like, he said, here, let me reset. Butterflies in the stomach? Here, let's see if it's like... See if like there's like an order of the things. So... He talked about there's roses, jasmine flowers, can't remember. He says butterflies in the stomach. Cold skin under her caress. Maybe like... hand? Maybe? Love poems he would whisper. So like... neck? Whisper. Disappointment when he had to let her go. His hand. Scream into the wind with his lungs. Then head. Here, let's so it says can't remember, so maybe we'll start with head. Butterflies in the stomach. Skin under her caress. Under his caress. Yes, hand. Would whisper. Then try. I'm pretty confident about can't remember. Butterflies in the stomach. Maybe this is the caress. And then poems you would whisper. Maybe the neck is the scream? Had to let her go. Scream into the wind. The neck might be the scream. At the end. So... can't remember. Butterflies in the stomach. Cold skin. Maybe this one? Poems he would whisper. Like, what would poems be? Maybe because it comes from the heart? Let's continue, though. Yeah, because it's the disappointment we had to let her go, and then screams. There's no other buttons I'm missing, right? Could never remember. Butterflies in the stomach. Cold skin under my caress. When you're caressing somebody, you can have them close to you, which gotta be arms, or torso, or hand. Poems I would whisper. Appointment when I had to let her go. Scream into the wind. I think I've got the right concept. It's just a matter of the execution. Maybe we don't start with the I can't remember. So we'll say butterflies in the stomach. Cold skin under my caress. We'll say that one. Love poems he would whisper. We'll say the head. Had to let her go with our hands. scream to the wind with our throat. Yeah, that's not it. Let's switch a couple of those things around. Cold skin under caress. So you caress with your hands. Love poems you would whisper because yeah, it's like the poem came from the heart. Disappointment felt in the head. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm grasping at straws here. The different flowers, I can't remember. I mean, you hold flowers with your hands. I don't know. That feels like it's almost like some of these hints might be red herrings to kind of lead you astray. Because there's more lines than there are buttons. I think, unless I'm like missing a button. I can't rotate. Can't like rotate, and there's no other hiding ones. Hidey boys. Yeah, there's this many like sentences. So peonies, roses, jasmine flowers, can't remember. Butterflies in the stomach, cold skin under the caress, love poems he would whisper, disappointment when he had to let her go, wasn't until later he could scream to the winds. That's 6 buttons. Or 6 sentences. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buttons. So one of them has to be a, like, just flavor text. The question is, which one is it? So we'll say, just thinking about, like, how these things usually designed, the first one probably isn't the fake out. So Guy can't remember. Butterflies in the stomach is awfully convenient how obvious it is. Let's skip cold skin. Love poems he would whisper. I don't know. I would say one of these two. The poems come from the heart. Yeah. They came from the heart. And then can't let go and then scream. Not it. Oh shit, right. Yeah, we're assuming that the first one probably is legit. Butterflies. Okay, then we'll say throat, caress, and scream from my lungs, and that's the left. Damn. What if the disappointment is the fake one? So we say the first one is can't remember, then the butterflies. Cold skin under a caress, so yeah, like you caress with your hands. Poems you would whisper from his throat. Disappointment he feels in his heart. Damn. Welcome back, Johnson. Paula got some snuggles. What a good little kitty cat. Good little kitty cat. What if the butterflies one is the fake one? It's interesting because they're in the real life version of this area. There was a or present day there was a coffin or something. Maybe not coffin, but there was a dead body and there was flowers placed on top of it. And you could interact with them once, and it was like it was a label for it. It was a kind of flower I'd never heard of before. It was none of those. So, like, yeah, maybe the flower's a fake one. One other thing I could try is just do this part first. I walk in circles around this lad. Specifically, walk. Three circles. I don't know if it mattered which direction. You know, when we were mimicking the pattern of the other guy for that kind of mini boss battle, we made sure to do in the same order. It wouldn't shock me if you could only do the walk in 3 circles ritual after, like, some other thing had to happen. Or there's none of that, and you have to perform an incision. Whoops, an incision. Yeah, because he's not really doing anything. I don't think it matters if you're walking or running. What if I go the other way? Oop. Oop. Sorry. The camera changes are a little weird. I'm not sure if that's throwing things off. It very well might be. And I can't just use this, and I can't just, like, look at him. And, like, start to use it. Yeah, no dice. Actively, so crotch snuggles, even better. Give me the requirements for look it. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, so I got mine through Press Engine. So I don't have a link for the Press Engine, what's it called? Campaign. But if you go to that website, and then, like, if you don't already have one, make an account. Actually, you might be able to browse their list of, like, active campaigns without an account. But yeah, I think it should be, like, listed in their list of gamies. So I'd give that a look-see. In the gamey games. Yeah, that's a secret passage that's off limits right now. No other doors leading out. I don't think. So I guess I haven't tried. That's all hecked. Calendar. Yep, 1980. We know about that one. Sure there's nothing else that I haven't already tried. But yeah, I think we have to figure this out. I think that is our real next step forward. Or anything else happens. Yeah, we think about the flowers. What about some of the files we've recently acquired? The one about his diary in particular. Yeah, nothing jumps out as being obvious. I like how it's not escape, it's scape. I never remember. Butterflies in the stomach. Cold skin under my caress. It would make the most sense, now that I think about it, if the first one was a fake out. Yeah, I've already tried every permutation of that, though. So I've had it written down. By the way, if is anybody listening or watching right now, listening in or watching, that knows the solution to this puzzle, what I would ask maybe is a nudge that asks, am I barking up the wrong tree? Like, is this the wrong approach to this puzzle? Trying to, like, read the thing in the plaque and try to be like, and trying to, like, reason my way through, is there a certain order in which I have to press these things? It's entirely possible. Maybe you have to press the same button twice. Let's maybe do that as a consideration too. So we'll say, can't remember, butterflies in the stomach, cold skin under caress, hand, sure. And maybe not every button has to be pressed. Love poems he would whisper with his throat. Disappointment we had to let her go. Hand again. Scream into the wind. Throat again. The tricky thing is that, like, there's a lot of potential options here. There's a lot of potential options here. What's up, Red Wolf? So, okay, so it's the right idea. It's just a matter of the execution. So, can't remember the flowers. Butterflies in the stomach. Those I'm fairly confident on. Caress under the skin. Well, again, when you caress with your hands, but also your arms, so you're holding close. So we'll say, hold close on the torso. Close to the heart. Closer to the heart, even. Poems he would whisper, presumably from his throat. Had to let her go. Presumably with his hands. Scream into the wind. Could the flower line be something else? All these flowers, but I can't remember which one, he says, basically. Could I make is there a reason the flowers could be like the heart, maybe? How's about this? I need to use the restroom. I need to take a little tinkle. You know, sometimes in life, you're chewing on a conundrum, on a problem or a challenge you're trying to solve. And sometimes you need to get up, step away for a moment, right? The number of times, and not to get too TMI about this, but as a software guy, as a software developer by trade, that's my day job, there have been times where I'm banging my head against the wall, I'm banging my head against the wall trying to solve a problem. You know, trying to figure out a good approach, how to get around this error, how to fix this thing. And I'm just like spinning my wheels, and I go, you know what? I'm so frustrated. I gotta go take a shit. I'm so frustrated. I gotta go take a shit. So I get up. I walk over to the bathroom. I place myself upon the porcelain throne, and I get busy. And I'm forced to just like, I'm in a different room. I'm in a different environment. I can do nothing but think. And like the change of scenery or the change of activity sometimes brings new perspective. And I've had more than one eureka moments while placed upon the porcelain throne. So anyway, that's a lot of words to say. I'm gonna take a piss. I will not be seated. I'll be standing. But maybe it'll be enough to give me some insight. So anyway, give me just a few minutes, friends. Use the restroom. We'll get right back to it. Be right back. All right, friends. Let us resume. What's up, Meerkat? He says, speaking of pooping. Good to see you, bud. All right, so let's see. What I think I'm gonna do. We're on a puzzle right now. I'm not gonna use the S word. I'm not gonna say we're stuck. I'll just say we're contemplating our options. I'll say we're contemplating our options. So, let me do this. I'm gonna, like, get this out word for word, as I got my notes here. I could never remember, he says. And then... okay, butterflies in the stomach. Then her cold skin under my caress. How she loved the poems. Oops. I would whisper to her. And then the disappointment, right, yes. So what I'm going to do is get all this written down precise, exactamundo as they wrote it to us. Okay. So here's what I'm working with. And I would say if anybody has ideas, here's what I'm working with. So we have these, so the flowers. Well, it's like, here, maybe I'll rephrase that because I suspect each A press to go to the next message is a single, not sentence, but single phrase. So let me rephrase that first one. As that first one is technically 2 sentences. I think it's alternative to a semicolon. Make it a semicolon. So I'm not going to say that people need to, but if they feel the urge to like, if they've got some ideas, I'm definitely down for ideas. So each sentence presumably corresponds to a button press upon Mr. Skeletal. Mr. Skeletal. And there's nothing that says a single button can only be hit once. And there's nothing that says that every button has to be hit. What if I just press the one button 1,000 times? Also, they didn't give me a button on his penis. 0 out of 10. Literally unplayable game right now. So, what I'm thinking is, for the first one, he says, peonies, roses, or jasmine flowers, I can never remember. Remember? I think remember. I think head. I think brain. Head. And then I could feel the butterflies in my stomach. That one sounds easy. That one sounds easy. Cold skin under my caress. Oh, Shake, what's up, Ray? What's up, buddy? Thank you for that raid. Shake, that's like the 3rd stream in a row you've raided me, my man. You're too fucking generous, man. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. We're playing more Tormented Souls. You probably remember this part. I know you've gotten much farther than I did. Much farther than this part. And you probably got, oh, I don't know, maybe you didn't. Maybe you're a fucking genius at these puzzles, but I'm getting hung up trying to, like, dissect the message on the plaque and how it corresponds to button presses upon this lad. Upon this lad. So far, it's the guy can't remember the flowers, so remembering things, we think brain, so head. Always down to get head, right? And then butterflies in the stomach, that's an easy one. And then the next one is feel the cold skin under my caress. I'm thinking it's one of these two. You caress something with your hands and your arms, but when you're caressing something, it's close to you. So I could see either one. My thought is hand. My thought is hand. She loved the poems, I would whisper. When you whisper, you're whispering, you know, using your voice, so it's from the throat. But if it's a poem, it's from the heart. From the heart, right? So I could see it being either of those two. I'll say it's the throat, the thrussy. The disappointment when I had to let her go. I think hand again. I think hand again. That's when you're like, you're letting something go, you're releasing it from your handsies. And then I had to scream into the wind. I think screaming, I think throat, or you use your lungs, which is in the chestular area. Yeah, no dice. So that's what I'm on right now. That's what I'm on right now. We've gone back to the past. But like the angry video game nerd, they took us back to the past. Thank you, Shake, for that raid. That's very sweet of you. And If you have any clips you want to share, you know my spiel. You've heard it so many times because you raid me so often. You're playing Silent Hill F, and it's appropriate because this game, of course, was inspired at least by the first Silent Hill game. Yeah, Meerkat's thinking, yeah, brain, stomach, and yeah. Oh, you're thinking head for this. Interesting. We'll try it. So yeah, so brain, the flowers, stomach for the butterflies, yeah, hand for the caress, and then head again for the poems, and then hand. Wouldn't there be one more? Whisper's throat. Oh no, hold on. Scream was throat. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's a tricky one. Yeah, Shake says, I remember this part, man. Yeah, yo, what's up, Clyde? Yeah, Clyde knows this shit as well. Clyde says lots of progress. When you feel you caress with it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, I'm thinking like, to me it makes the most sense to say brain, stomach, and the caress one, I feel pretty good about that one. Here it is once again, by the way. That's what we're working with right now. So I feel pretty good about those. The poems. It's not the throat. It could be the head. Let's say it's from the heart. Let's say it's from the heart. Poems come from the heart, from the soul. Had to let her go. Hand again. And scream into the wind. Thrusty. That's like, those are the hypotheticals I'm working with. Or head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Tummy, hand, and then like the poem is told in whispers. Had to let her go, and when you scream into the wind, you're using your lungs at max capacity. Damn. So I'm like, I'm trying not to brute force. I'm trying to reason my way through it. That's what we're on right now. The heart feels disappointment. Interesting. I hadn't considered that aspect. Yeah, let's think about how, like, what body part feels the things as opposed to commits the action. So we'll start with the head, I'll see if you will. And then the tum-tums and the handsies. Love the poems. That one, I could see it being out of these. We'll stick with throat for now. Disappointment in the heart, and then throat again. Clyde, that was the nudge we needed. Clyde is the nudge master. Shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes. If there was a button on his toe, if there was a button on his feet, we'd all be fucking slapping that shit like the fucking nut button. No. Because, you know, that's how the internet works nowadays. Alright, we found it. We fucking got there, baby. And I'm pretty sure this will be the same passage as it was in present day, but different. Which is how I like to live my life. Because I'm so unique. Shake, thank you for that raid. And he's got a clippy. He says, I got a real mature one for you, Alex. Well, you know me, I'm very mature. I'm the most well-adjusted. And the most mature. I'm super down. Let's take a look-see. Thank you again, Shake, for that raid. Super nice of you, man. Shake's a good dude. We do lots of collaborative shenanigans with him and Alias and Krath on Sundays. I tend to enjoy pretty much all the same games he plays. So if he's playing a game, there's a good goddamn chance it's a game I will like. And I've been known to shamelessly steal, like, game suggestions. Stream game suggestions. Like, I'll see him streaming a game. I'll be like, wow, that looks cool. And then I'll start playing it. Because I'm like... Because Shake's the cooler older brother in this situation here. Shake's the cooler older brother. And I'm like the younger, scrappier brother who wants to be just like his big bro. I want to be as cool as Shake. I'll never be as cool as him, but I want to try. So imitation will get me there. Is how my small little brain works. Yeah, Clyde says, I popped him at the right time, my dude. Yeah, let's see what Shake's been up to. What's the name of this clip? It is... Okay, no name for the clip. Makes it nice and mysterious.
Normal. I want to have explosive cash dollar bills diarrhea.
Same.
Not the baby. I could do without the babies raining down. When will the money stop?
I don't think you wanted to. What? Why is this guy getting a fucking enema
Literally
into
33 million of these have to pop out of my asshole.
Oh,
so
it's
I
piss.
pee on me a little bit. Whatever.
Yep.
I just get normal.
So,
I want to.
oh, it's the Tingus Goose game. Yeah, of course. Of course, it's Tingus Goose.
Not the baby. I could do without the babies raining down. When will the money stop?
That is nice and weird. I don't think you want the money to stop.
Literally 33 million of these.
Although that number hasn't gone up. Oh, while you were away. Oh, it's not. It's not going up. I see. I see. Yeah, so it's the demo for the Tingus Bingus Shrinkus Dinkus. Yeah, Tingus Goose. It looks pretty wild. I think Elgaso was telling me how like the game is the demo is interesting, but it leans like very very heavily into like the funny animations. Because yeah, a lot of us recognize some of those animations from like the funny YouTuber guy with all the weird goose and shit in it. So yeah, it's definitely has caught my attention, and I'm curious about it. I mean, I'll probably play it eventually, if not just to see the funny animations. That's good enough for me. Gives me to hear a funny story, by the way. Gracie really wants me to tell the story because, and I was telling her, well, I don't have a lot of obvious scenarios that are like symbiotic with the situation I'm about to describe to you. Where like, oh hey, that reminds me, like one of those kinds of things. You're talking with the homies, somebody mentioned something that's like adjacent to a thing you experience, and you go, oh shit, by the way, that reminds me, I got a cool story. I don't really have any of that for what I'm about to tell you. I don't really have anything that's like adjacent to normal circumstances that gives me the opportunity to tell the story. So I'll just tell the story now because Gracie really wants me to tell the story. Because both of us think it was hilarious. I will tell it, and I don't know if it'll be as funny to you guys. It might have been a you had to be there kind of thing. And the double reason for saying you had to be there is because I was in my underwear when I tell the story, all right? So I'm sleeping. Grace and I were sleeping. It's like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. It's you know, late, real late / early in the morning. And Bonnie the dog, so we have one dog and one cat. Bonnie the dog is sleeping at our feet, and Ferret the cat, he's a cat whose name is Ferret. So Ferret the cat is, so here, we'll do it this way. So we have Gracie right here, me right here, and then Ferret the cat is on this corner of the bed over here. So Gracie, me, Ferret, Bonnie's at the foot of the bed. She's inconsequential to the story. Ferret. All right, so cat owners, you know how that goes, right? You start to hear the, you know that noise, and you know how if you've had cats for a long time, especially if you've lived around cats a long time, if you hear that noise from 6 miles away, you will hear it, and you will like you'll like sit upright suddenly. Your blood pressure goes up. Like it's a stressful noise. John, some noise, right? So you hear the and I am sound asleep. I'm a fairly heavy sleeper. Gracie is also a fairly heavy sleeper, but this noise awakens her. However, it's dark. Super dark out. She does not have her glasses on, obviously. So she awakens in like a panic stupor, looks over towards where the puking noise is, and sees what she thinks is Ferret. She sees a fuzzy, so Ferret the cat, he's a tuxedo cat, so he's like a fuzzy, he's like a fluffy little fuzzy boy. So she looks with her blurry, kind of still sleepy, non-glassified vision, sees what she thinks is Ferret. It's a fuzzy little dark blob on a pillow, and she goes, oh shit, Ferret's about to puke on the bed, and she like clumsily reaches over and like pushes with as much might as she can muster to like get Ferret off the bed. Well, it turns out that's not Ferret. He's in front of me, and that's my head. She's like trying to push off the bed, and I come to. I wake up just as she's like trying to like come at me, and I wake up facing her as the thing. No, that's not true. That's not true. Because she would have seen the back of my head. So I think what happened is like I felt this like entity approaching me in the dark. I wake up to knowing there's like somebody approaching with intent to touch me. And I think I turn around just in time to have this hand just go and kind of push. And I quickly identify it's Gracie. No panic. Or no, well, okay. No harm to me. She's not like, it's not some evildoer. So there's Gracie. She's got this hand is just fucking, and then I also hear puke noises. And I'm kind of sleepy. I don't need glasses. Well, I wear glasses when I'm driving and at nighttime. Especially nighttime driving, but I don't need glasses just, you know, regular times. So, but I'm like kind of sleepy and it's like a little bit just generally fuzzy. So I recognize she's like trying to push me out of bed and I hear puke noises. And cause he's, yeah, so the puke noises are still happening. This is all in the span of like less than 1 second. I'm giving you the play-by-play. So I quickly recognize, okay, she's Gracie. I'm not in mortal danger, but I hear puke noises. I think, oh no, she's getting sick, and I'm in her way for some reason. Now, she could have just as easily gone around the other side of the bed, you know, her side of the bed. It doesn't have to be my side, but in my sleepy stupor, I'm thinking, I need to get out of her way, and I need to get out of her way fucking now. So, in a like, semi-panic, I, like, start to stumble backwards. And by this point, the cat puke has begun to expel itself, and Ferret is still in the bed. And as I'm, like, moving out of the bed, my hand goes into the fucking fresh cat puke. And I'm, like, so, like, flummoxed. I don't really, like, I notice it, but it's not the priority. My priority is Gracie's in trouble, and I need to get out of her way because she's, like, getting sicky. And I, like, kind of stumble, like, flop out of bed. By that point, Gracie realizes, wait a goddamn second, that wasn't Ferret, that's my husband, that's Alex. And she, like, kind of stops in her tracks, and she's, like, starting to kind of piece together what has happened. And then I, like, stand up very suddenly, and I'm like, what's wrong? Can I get you something? And she's like... And then I start to realize that she's confused, and then I'm confused, and we're just like kind of staring for a few seconds. And then at one point, we both realize, oh, there's Ferret. Okay, well, he's still puking, so we usher him forth off the bed. He continues to do more pukies on the floor, you know, that's just fine. But it was this fucking comedy of errors. That's basically in the story. It was this comedy of errors of, like, being sleepy, and it's dark, and everything's a fuzzy blob, and it's a good, like, deep dive into my psyche on, like, you know, this hand approaches my face in the dark and, like, tries to push me out of bed. And I'm not, like, you know, there's probably a kind of person that goes into fight mode and says, fuck it, I'll fight back. And I'm over here saying, no, I know it's crazy, it's fine. But it was just a comedy of errors. It's fucking stupid. And Gracie... This happened on Tuesday night. For the past several nights, we're like lying in bed, we're trying to fall asleep, and Gracie's like, I can't believe I tried to push your face off the bed. So it's like, I can't believe I thought your face, your head was Ferret, and I tried to like push you face first off the bed. We keep laughing about it. She's like, you need to tell your friends about this. I was like, all right, I promise the next time there's a good opportunity, I'll tell the story. So there's the funny ass, like... Gracie tried to fucking launch me off the bed thinking I was a puking cat. Yeah, the warm cat puke. As you can imagine, after we like figured out what had happened, and Gracie profusely apologized. She felt so bad. I thought it was, I still think it's hilarious, but she felt so bad. So, but of course, obviously, got to clean up the cat puke, including the stuff on the mattress. You know, obviously, or on the bedspread at least. How's Ferret doing? He completely unbothered. You know how it is. A cat will puke its guts out, look and sound disgusting, and then they'll be like, no, I'm normal now. So, completely unbothered. Completely unbothered. What's up, Ninja Wolf? It is a good game. It is a good game. I just told a very dumb story. Shove your face into the kitty projectile. That would have been even funnier. It was like such a like goofy comedy of like events that all transpired in like a total of like 2 or 3 seconds. Like it was a very quick deal. You know how it's like in Dungeons and Dragons, each turn is like a few seconds, but an encounter can take hours? That kind of deal. No, nothing insidious. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, he causes a lot of floof, and he eats a lot of the floof when he's like cleaning himself, so yeah, he gets a lot of hairballs and shit, like it just every so often. But no, we haven't noticed anything else. I think it's okay. Yeah, no, understandable, Johnson. You've been through it. You've been through it for sure. You've been through it for sure. Now, it's good to see an Ninja Wolf. We're doing well. We're playing Tormented Souls. This is a very, like, a Resident Evil-inspired, kind of Silent Hill-inspired, original Silent Hill-inspired horror game, survival horror game. And if you're wondering why things are, like, kind of grayscale and kind of fuzzy, it's because we're in a time travel sequence where we're going back to the past. And we just unlocked this secret corridor. Let's see what's in it. When we explore this area in modern times, we got to see some pretty spooky shit. So let's see what this will entail in going back into the past. The blast from the past times. Find out, my friends. Johnson says I gotta move the kitty cats. Oh, cutscene time, by the way. Hell yeah. Hold on to your dicks. Or hold on to someone's dick. Just grab something. And a candle. Oh, we heard about this, or we learned about this person. We heard there was a child that passed away in this cell. So we've gone back in time. Kind of looks like her, actually. Is that a coincidence? Tormenting these souls won't make you feel whole. When I think of the name Tormented Souls, it sounds like a Souls-esque, Soulsborne kind of game. It's not, but the name with no other context makes me think of Dark Souls. I ain't grabbing that kind of dick. Well, grab some other kind of dick. So you don't seem to be one of them. Yeah, so, alright, so maybe it's a coincidence we just happen to look like this person. But we got the achievement saying we rescued Anna. It was Anna and Emma. Those are the two twins.
One of them. What are you doing down here?
My grandfather and those men in suits locked me down in this cell. Please, miss, you have to help me get out of here.
And that's why you pour the acid on the lock here, so that way in the future the lock breaks.
Of course I'll help. Stay calm. Okay?
Right, that makes
Everything
sense.
will be all right. I promise.
Because earlier we tried to apply the acid to the lock, but it would take too long for the acid to whittle its way through the lock. Or the chains, at least. So if we apply it now, it'll pop off in a couple days, allow the girl to escape.
Where are your parents?
It's all Gucci in the coochie.
My father is on a business trip. He should be back in a couple of days. And my mother was also captured by those men.
Which we, of course, read about in the journals.
So sorry. I'll get you out of here. First, we need to find a way to open the door.
What do you
I know
plan
just
to
the thing.
do, miss? Those men in suits took the key with them. And I don't think it's a good idea that you get close to them.
I'm sure there's a way to get the lock off without using the key.
Or I've got like a billion shots from my fucking nail gun, which is your primary or your default projectile weapon in this game. I'll just fucking pop them with my like 100+ nails with my nail gun. That'll fucking do it.
Please
Let that thing do the talking.
There isn't much time. We need to save Mother.
Excuse me.
We'll get you out. Just wait a little longer.
I know just the thing. Acid. Delicious. It'll take days. That's fine. I'll take days instead of years.
Miss?
Because, yeah, we saw the skeleton in present times, and we can intuit that, yes, it was a small skeleton, like a child-sized one. So it's like, yeah, that in present times, that child died in the cell. But if we can alter the trajectory of the past,
Poured some acid on it. The metal will eventually dissolve, but it will take some time.
that'll do it.
I only hope that the acid works fast. There's almost no candle left.
Right, and when the darkness envelops somebody, they're out.
You have to be patient, little one. Sooner or later, the lock will fall apart. For now, the best we can do is wait.
Let it be known, by the way.
Thank you, miss.
Let it be
What's your
known.
name, little one?
Wildberger. I live here in the hospital with my parents and my sister.
Okay, two things. I realize that sounds weird. I live in the hospital. It's like a mansion that has been converted to be a temporary hospital because the original hospital burnt down, and the owner of this mansion was like, "Oh, you can like use my mansion, my enormous mansion, to be a temporary hospital." So they moved a bunch of like medical tools and appliances and facility stuff into the mansion to be basically a temporary hospital. So when you're exploring in this game, you're seeing like bedrooms and bathrooms and shit. Then you're seeing like surgery prep rooms and a morgue and all kinds of shit. In fact, we're in the morgue right now.
Have we met before?
Your face seems familiar, but I'm sure we've never seen each other before. Do you work in the hospital?
No, but I have this photograph. Are you one of these girls?
What? Why do you have this photograph?
She knows of the photograph.
I don't know, but I'm trying to figure it out. It was mailed to me a few weeks ago.
From the very start of the game.
A few weeks ago? My father took that photo yesterday morning, just before he left for his trip. Why are you lying to me?
Oh, she angry.
I swear I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth.
What do you want from me?
I just want to help you get out of here.
I'm not talking to you anymore. That acid was probably another lie to fool me. You never wanted to help me get out.
Lady, I'm trying my best out here.
You have to listen to me. I need you to trust me. I am your friend.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Anna, listen to me.
So, just as a quick aside, let it be known, we have a fucking crowbar. So, a little bit absurd that the protagonist is like, listen, I poured some acid on the lock. I mean, maybe it'll do something. Maybe it won't. Give it a couple days. You might get swallowed by the darkness or starve to death. Not my problem, Toots. See ya. We have a fucking crowbar. And of course, like, you know, it's the, like, survival horror classic situation where it's like, oh, sorry, it's not, like, that kind of interaction. Sorry. Get good. So, no surprise there. But it's worth noting, it doesn't have to be this way. Can I pour more acid? Actually, that consumed the entirety of the acid. If I use this to diddle and dangle. Diddle and dangle and dongle. Pippi got all pissy earlier. Are we gonna dress up Bonnie for Halloween? We'll probably just use the same costume for her we did last year. It's such an obvious one. She has such a long, slender torso. So we got her a hot dog costume last year. We'll probably just pop that on her. And she loves it. She loves the hot dog costume. She loves it because it's, like, warm and snuggly. And also, when people look at her, they want to give her more attention and more pets. So she loves wearing the hot dog costume. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, John Smith had a good clip earlier where Kitty Cat had some good sweaters.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Trying my best, lady. Especially with all these fucking torture implements on the wall. Like, I don't have a lot of options as far as whomst to trust. Nothing else. Like this, I like the skeleton peeking out of the coffin. Is this the Beyond section of the bedrooms, Bath and Beyond? Bed, Bath and Beyond, Ogasm? This feels like some Beyond shit right here. Ooh, another save entry. Or save token, save item, whatever it's called. Things so I can save the game. Say it that way. How do you help someone who doesn't want to be helped? Crowbar. I mean, if playing through Half-Life a bunch of times over the years has taught me anything, is that a single crowbar can take you real fucking far in life. So, did that correctly alter the trajectory of that poor girl's life? Well, let's find out. Let's go back to present times and see if things are different. And yes, we entered the past by watching a weird VHS tape. And by watching, I mean, it's just a single slide, I guess, but good enough. Go back down into the perils of the morgue. Descend once again into the sex dungeon, my friends. There we go. Are his legs still twitching? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Nice and twitchy. That's the way I like them. Was it this way? Yes, it was this way. Dunk. Always trust the catos. It's pretty reasonable wisdom, I would say. The question I have is, whomst is this lad that's on the gurney? Like, is it the guy that was strapped to the table, or was it something else, I wonder? Hard to say. Alright, so this is still open. Or this is still solved, rather. That's not any different. Alright, moment of truth. Is the skeleton still present, or do we get something different? It is open. That's a good sign. It is open. So she was able to get out. A young child's diary. It's something. It's something. Woman holding a lighter that brightened my prison appeared from the darkness. Her features reminded me of mother. I mean, I wonder if it's like some... I mean, time travel can make things weird, right? Time travel can make things weird, for better or for worse, in video games, movies, TV shows, you name it. So, now that we're introducing time travel, I was wondering if, like, somehow we were one of the sisters? Or, yeah, there's some kind of link. There's some kind of resemblance. It's not just a coincidence. Question is, what is the connection? Courthouse in the cell door lock. Show me the picture that father took just days before he left. Or actually, one day before he left for his trip, and he'd been gone for a couple days. Received in the mail more than a week ago, and also like 80 years into the future. Okay, maybe not 80, but like, well, actually no. I mean, I think this was like, hold on, is this dated? Oh, never mind. Okay, so 14 years in the future. Sometimes I thought this was like even earlier than that, but no, that would make sense. Left with the promise of returning. Yes, it worked. She was right. I just needed to wait. The pseudomen have not returned yet. Time to hide until father returns from his trip. I wonder if there'll be more time travel opportunities to like continue to guide her. Oh, there's the combination key. We found the solution, the solution dial, or the conclusion dial. That's the last piece. That's huge. That opens up several new areas for us that were previously unavailable. That is very, very helpful. And there's that one missing piece. In fact, let's go ahead and combine it now. Swing. The dials can be rotated. Yeah, they can be, baby. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. I think we are done here in the morgue. Anything else really could be done? Out of curiosity. Would this... Oh, actually, I think I know the answer to this question. I was about to ask if I could press the other buttons in that order, the order we established earlier, but now once you solve the puzzle in the past or the future, it stays in that state, and you can't do anything else with it. I was thinking if I could do the solution to the past on the present version of that puzzle, if that would do something different. Doesn't seem to work that way. Now the question still remains: are we still in the safety zone of no new bad guys have been spawned, and these areas we've previously explored, or will we find ourselves in a situation where we see an area we've already been through and suddenly there's more bad guys spawned? Is this a survival horror game? I mean, nothing is off limits as far as I'm concerned. Having the puzzle key is huge. That is real huge. And like I said, that opens up a whole lot of place for us to explore. I'm not going to say definitively that we have what we need necessarily to get into all these areas. For one thing, we need to actually figure out what the solutions are for them. There might be like other bits of intel we need to put 2 and 2 together, but it gives us something to work with, which is great. That's real good. That's real good. Johnson says she wants more cats. And Convalescence, what's up, bud? Says, I remember the Eternal Darkness times. Convalescence, an old timer. I like it. It's okay. I can say Convalescence is an old timer, because I know I'm older than they are, so if I'm saying Convalescence is old, I'm saying I'm ancient. I appreciate you popping in, though, bud. And you know, I'll confess, there's aspects of this game that do remind me of Eternal Darkness. Of course, Eternal Darkness, my favorite horror game of all time. I would say like some of like the set pieces, some of the design of like the rooms and just like the theming, the decor, and like some like maybe not so much like the monster designs. Obviously that game had like a magic system and it was an anthology where you played as a bunch of different characters. But yeah, like the mood is very evocative of well, the mood that it evokes is similar in some ways to Eternal Darkness. Also, it's just my favorite horror game. I will go to great lengths to talk about Eternal Darkness at times where it is inappropriate to do so because it's one of my faves. One of my faves. All right, so we were in floor 2. I think, which one would it have been? It would have been the meeting room. Yeah. So yeah, let's go back. I can't. This is one of those games where if it gives us a shortcut, that just so happens to be kind of close to a door that is now available to us, I'm thinking we should check that one first. That's my reasoning. We're in the meeting room right now. So let's go at the main door then, which I think would be this way. If it like spits us out next, and there's like in a particular area, and there's a bunch of potential places for us to go, first thing we should explore is the nearest one that it like kind of pops us out into. We've already been through that area. We've solved that whole deal. That guy's still just wiggling. He's got the wiggles. The present version. Yeah, I kind of figured it wasn't. I just kind of assumed that it wasn't a matter of you had to guess the right button. You just press one and it all just kind of works. Dude, these guys are still nervous. They're still nervous. Oh, it's a girl. Oh, we're so nervous. I get all shaky. I get all nervous. So is it this one? The sewing room. No, that's not it. I thought I would recognize when I saw it. We're in floor 2. I'm looking for... I gotta go through the library. Have I been to the library? Is that a place I've been to? I might not have been there. Dining room hallway? Oh, never mind. I'm full of shit. That's the knocker room. Knocker, but I hardly even know her. But no, what Frank and Clyde pointed out makes sense. I didn't just get lucky. It's engineered to be successful no matter what button you press. It's the past version that's a little bit more involved. An Eternal Darkness port? You're preaching to the choir, my friend. I would be down. I would be down for a port. I know, back in the day, there was a lot of clamoring, and even a couple of failed Kickstarter campaigns for a spiritual successor. Not a sequel to Eternal Darkness, but a spiritual successor by the original dev team, or people comprised of the original dev team. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't know, because a lot has been said about Silicon Knights, the original developer, and their ability or inability to deliver on projects after the GameCube era. So it's like, could we trust them to do it right? I don't know. Oh, is this all right, so we've been here before. We have been here before, because, yeah, the father was here. Ouch. He still hit me with that shit? What a cheater. How dare you. Yes. So the preacher man was here. And now he has fled. Now that man is dead. Alright. So sure enough, new bad guys can sometimes spawn. I wouldn't say we've cleared this area previously. There just wasn't enemies here. But there were this time. That is the thing that can happen. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm necessarily, like, hoping for a sequel or a spiritual successor, but a port would be cool. A port would be pretty neato. Yeah, Tormented Souls is what we're playing right now. It is good. It is good. It's very... I would say it's closer to Resident Evil. The original Resident Evil games. It's closer to the original Silent Hill games than it is Eternal Darkness. But there's some Eternal Darkness in its DNA as well. Yeah, it's a good game for sure. I'm liking it a lot so far. And the sequel just launched tonight. It just came out. Tormented Souls 2 is out right now on Steam. Holy shnikes, you can buy it, you can play it. I haven't played it yet. Well, I want to beat this one first, obviously. All right, so these are the how would I say this? If there's like a when I see a key, I don't mean like this kind of key. But I mean like, yeah, the dials can be rotated. So I don't mean like this kind of key, but like so we have a puzzle. These are like the keys for like the values we want to ultimately input in a certain way. And this is probably some kind of hint for like the index, if that's the right word, like some kind of like hint for what these individual glyphs could be ascribed to which they could be ascribed. That's kind of the challenge right now. And this, I remember Moonspine, he's played this game before. He was telling us yesterday that these puzzles are very interesting. So we got some puzzle times. But in the meantime, we got the homie, Mr. Gritoffi. What a cool dude. What a cool, handsome fellow doing some just chatting. I'm going to guess you probably ended your stream with some music trivia. However, I'd love to hear what other kind of hijinks you've been up to. Thank you for that raid. Very generous, my man. Very generous. We're playing Tormented Souls. Very solid indie horror game. Very reminiscent of Resident Evil and Silent Hill. A little bit of Eternal Darkness, my personal favorite, but very much the first two. And as always, if you have any clips to share, you know my deal. I always love to see them. You got anything you want to share? Anything you're happy about? Anything you're ashamed of you want to share with us? Clip-wise, any horrible tragedies or cringe moments? I love those too. Anything of yours you want to share? Or if your viewers have anything. The 9-year stream anniversary, baby. That's awesome. Did a word search, some Mario Maker bingo. Damn, man, that's amazing. That's a good celebration. Well, congratulations. Happy anniversary. Happy stream anniversary to you, Grats. That's exciting, man. Here's to 9 more, baby. Hell yeah. Here's to 9 more. Which is to say you're never allowed to stop streaming ever. Because if you stop streaming, I'll be sad. And it's got to be all about me. It's all about me, obviously. There are trigger respawns. Yeah, I figured they'll be out there because we're getting a lot of ammo. I didn't have to exit the pause menu, but yeah, we have a lot of ammo and multiple weapons by this point, including perhaps the most jury-ass rigged shotgun in the whole fucking world, where you just load a fucking single shotgun shell into this pipe, or I guess into this pipe. You fucking hit it with a stapler. And it fucking launches the shotgun pellet. The most jankety ass shit in the whole fucking world, but we fucking got it. We fucking got it, if you can believe it. Anyway, so trying to think about this, guys. So fractured makes a hole, or broken into fixed, or however you want to say it. So considering, sorry, I didn't mean to smack my microphone there. Considering, I'm going to grab... I'd made notes about this previously. Because it gets kind of blurry. Like, the background gets kind of blurry when you bring up this guy. In the examine mode. So I wrote down... Yeah, 2 right angles form a pyramid. 2 trapezoids, like, upside down, shaped like wings. And then trapezoid leaning on a right angle, on a right triangle. So, the first one. 2 right angles form a pyramid. Wouldn't that be convenient if that was just the triangle? Jesus, that's kind of loud, isn't it? How loud is that for you guys? Helps 5 OBS visible. Loud enough. Loud enough. Alright, here's a secret. I've turned the sound effects almost as far down as I can go. I'll take it down to 10%. It's not too bad? Okay. Because it looks like it's very loud in the overlay. Or in the, oh shit, don't do that. In the waveforms. Mario Maker bingo? I was gonna say, I'm guessing there's like certain events that you try to reach. Yeah, 5+ enemy stack, yeah, that kind of thing. Yo, what's up, Chris? Mario Maker 3, oh shit, oh shit. The shotgun's fucking wild, and it's also an extremely powerful weapon. It's very effective. As goofy as it looks, it gets the job done, man. It's some kids next door shotgun. It's that fucking, it's the, what is it? The fucking TF2 like duct tape together shotgun, but taken to a whole new level. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. So anyway, so thinking about how these shapes, with the thing that I'm unsure about is how these shapes and these shapes together could potentially, along with this hint, could be made into some kind of combination. So I'm gonna, so to look at my notes real quick, I'm just gonna notate real quick the potential shapes we have here. So you got, what is that? That's 5, so that's a pentagram, pentagon, then a triangle. In fact, I'm even gonna write it in the right order. And then circle. And then, can I say X or ninja star? I'll say ninja star. Shuriken. And then square. And is the last one a hexagon? Yeah. Alright, and we're back at the pentagon. So, and just so we're clear, number of vertices, right? You get 5, 3, 0, 4, I think. No, not 4. The square is 4, hexagon is 6. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm full of shit. 1, 2, yeah, so 3 for the triangle. Hold on. Yeah, 0 for the circle. 1, 2... Well, actually, I mean, there's like the edges, but the convex points would also be a vertex, right? So I'll do this. I'll say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. I think I'm counting that right. 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the hexagon, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the pen. Okay, cool. That makes me feel better. I was worried I misunderstood something. So considering, say, the number of vertexes, that could potentially be helpful. Broken into whole. Once again, though, Gratz, thank you again for that raid. And like I said, any clips viewers, if you have them to share, I'd love to see them. Or if any of your viewers have any clips, does not have to be from tonight. Could have been from months ago, years ago, before you were born. I'm not going to judge. Although I will question how you would have gotten a Twitch clip that predates your existence and also Twitch's existence. Like the first thing that we could potentially do is maybe even disregard this guy and just look at number of vertices again, right? So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Consider these are 2 separate shapes. So if that's the case, the first one would have to be apologies, I have to click a whole bunch of times, as it only clicks one way. Oh shit. Oh, is it two-sided? Oh god, I don't like how the mouse and keyboard does the flippies. Oh shit. Which one's like the right direction, or like the front direction? If I spin it. Okay. That's probably it. That's probably the front direction. So we'd say, okay, that's 6. If that's what we're starting with. And then we have 2 trapezoids, right? So it's 4 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 total. That would mean the second one, if we're using this as like the starting logic for our first assumption, our first stab. I'm not going to brute force this, and we'd be here for fucking ever if I did. But just thinking about like a first idea for a stabby. And then number of vertices for the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think we have any odd numbers. So that's not it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would make sense. Well, that's not true. We have one that's 3, but definitely none that are 7. That wouldn't be it. So we want to consider some other things potentially. Image. A fractured vase into a hole. Shattered into a hole. Or fixed into broken. Or like going backwards in time. Like going in an opposite direction maybe. Is kind of what they mean. So if there was some kind of order, some kind of pattern that could be followed in an opposite direction. I mean, I could try it just as is right now. I know it won't work. No dice. That last one being 7 is kind of a buzzkill. What are some other ways we could look at this? If not number of vertices. Thinking emoji. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Thinking about like a vase. Maybe I'm like getting into the weeds here. Join together to make one. Yeah, it's like if we could use these shapes, these broken pieces to construct a thing. I'm like thinking about this. You would say like, yeah. I would put one of these here, and then a bunch of these would kind of make up the body, and some of these like fill out the curves. Like you could use these to form like a polygon, well, maybe not a polygon, but a shape that resembles a vase. You could do something like that. And maybe I need to do that, like with pen and paper. Maybe I need to like kind of shuffle around, like with, I don't know, like almost like cut out some pieces, like cut out like some shapes. I'm guessing the idea is that, oh shit, these are like the combinations of pieces. You wouldn't be able to say, take this one triangle down and add it to this guy. I think it's probably simpler. That's what I'm feeling like. I'd be impressed. I'd be really impressed if this game expects you to like get out some construction paper, start cutting out some shapes, and like arrange into a vase. But like, yeah, what do you do with that knowledge? Maybe you would say the number of this shape and the number of this shape and the number of this shape, but then how does that transcribe to this guy? It's gotta have something to do with these shapes. Crowbar is the simplest solution. Just fucking wail on that bad boy. Crowbar is the simplest solution. I think there's something to the idea of like taking pieces and making it whole. Watching lots of so Clyde, you've probably seen other people scratch their chins on this kind of puzzle writing. You probably popped in and been like, here we are. Getting into some weird shit, That's okay, Gratz. Like I said, if you change your mind or if any of your viewers have anything, I'd love to see that shit. Love to see that shit. And presumably, I think it's safe to say that when you bring up the key, this side it shows you. Oh, in fact, look at that. Confirmed. We get the little pointy thing here, little pointy boy there, and no pointy boy here. That means this indeed is the front side. But the fact that there are shapes on the back, I could see how there could be a case where you have to like consider the backside as like the primary deciding point. and it just so happens to line up with some combination on the front side. Yeah, what if it was like the front side is broken and the back side is whole, basically. Like thinking about like the shapes here. So I almost just want to like try to mimic the shape of a vase with these shapes. I don't know if that's really feasible. Like that's kinda the right direction, because it has kind of like that little shape there, that kind of V shape, kinda. But then you need something to sit on top. Yeah, I feel like it kind of falls apart. Like that one, kinda. But not really, because then you got like the weird. Whoops! Smack my water bottle. Yeah, I think this is. I think this ain't it. Like that, but on the backside, and then we say use it. Yeah. Nah, I mean, ain't no fucking way, right? Ain't no fucking way. So that's not it. I cannot but notice, looking at the shapes, taking the pentagon as like kind of an example here. The pentagon plus that shape starts to build something, right? Like imagine for just a moment. Here, I'll do this better. I'll do it legit. If you're gonna do something like this with visual shenaniganry, you want to do it right. Bust out one of my favorite tools in times like this. The old snipping tool. And no, I don't mean the automatic circumciser. No, I don't mean the thing that makes any of your male pets nervous when you mention it. Not that kind of snipping. Not that kind of snipping implement. No, sir, I mean the snipping tool that's included in Windows 10 and Windows 11. Developed by Microsoft Corporation. Trademark 2026, 2025, whatever year this is. Alright, so. Got this on the side there. Oh, shit, so you can't see it. So, oh, except it goes away. The best laid plans of hobbits and men. I thought I was cooking. It's like if I could pin that so it's in front all the time. Well, here, let's just complete the thought. So I'll bring it up. So, I couldn't help but notice, and I'm probably getting in the weeds here, that if you like were to take, I don't really have a good way to do this, but like if you were to take that pentagon shape and pop that guy on top, like it's a little hat, like okay, that would fit pretty well, and you're starting to like build something up. What do I do with this knowledge? I don't know. And I don't know if you can take it much farther than that, because okay, let's take that to its logical extreme. That means you'd have to do something weird with this thing. And what shape, like, nestles conveniently onto that shape? Like, it starts to fall apart. What I will say is that my years of playing Secret World have, like, taught me that some games are not afraid to get you into some weird shit. Not afraid. Some games will force you into the weeds. So no, I don't think that. I don't. Broken into a hole, or like you're taking the pieces to build something. Taking the pieces to build. And the pieces that you're using to build, these are the three shapes. If there was some kind of way to map various shapes on this guy to potential shapes like these, then this would be a quick puzzle. If there was a what's the word? Abstraction, is that the right word? If there was like a way to map the two in a nifty way. Oh, by the way, Meerkat says, ooh, he's thinking. He's thinking. I'm done. Well, let's continue. Let's keep thinking on this. I kind of noticed like the picture. Like, it's a bit of a stretch. This one is kind of a like a double triangle thingy, kind of, sort of. Not really though. Like, I'm trying to see, like, is there anything in the shapes I can see or like I can recognize? I don't think that's it. Let's also consider. Go back to my notes, my handy dandy notes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 shapes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 big pieces. Huh. Like, kinda? 6 big pieces. If you're excluding this little guy. Yeah, that's I'm still trying to think of a way to map them. The first, like, what feels to be a natural stab is number of vertices. Number of vertexes. But I can't think of a way to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3 makes 7, obviously. I can't think of a way to say, like, well, we don't have a 7 vertex shape in our selection. Unless the circle has, 0 vertexes. I guess we consider that, but I don't know. That would be a weird one. Clyde's maybe got a suggestion? I'm down for a nudge. I'm down for a nudge. I enjoy chewing. I enjoy chewing on these things. I also recognize it's getting late, so I don't want to keep us all up well into the wee hours. Or even better, if there's something I'm missing. If there's extra intel I wouldn't have been exposed to yet, and I should try one of the other doors first. Overcomplicating it? That's very reassuring. Because I was really scared this game was gonna make us get weird. And I'm prepared to get weird. Again, I played Secret World Legends where you had to fucking manually decode Morse code by hand, and it took fucking hours. And the game said, no, I'll wait. I was scared this game was gonna do that to me, and I was gonna say, oh my fucking god. We're overcomplicating it. I'm not surprised. Just looking at the shapes, and looking at these guys. That's what I'm assuming this picture is important. I'm assuming this picture is important, and that it's not just look at the shapes and, like, input these shapes in a way that is congruent. But I'll confess, knowing how to map those things is where I'm stumbling. 2 triangles on top make up one whole triangle and join together. So let's see. So we got these 2 guys. Right. Is it... Oh, so you're saying, like, instead of number of vertices on each individual shape combined, you're saying, like, yeah, just go bop, bop, bop. Wouldn't that be neat? Be neat. We didn't really try that. I tried, like, individual pieces. I tried 6, I tried 8, and then I said, 7. Oh, heck. Let's try the other one. So, first one's a triangle. That's convenient. Let's get the screenshot. Where is it? There we go. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're pretty close. And then this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have one of those. Oh, shit. Is that all it was? Hold my beer. Up. Not quite. Let's try the backside thingy. Because I wonder if that's going to come into place at some point. The same idea. So triangle, 3 vertexes. What was it? I think it was 6. Then 5. We'll double check our math here. Oh, whoops, that's not it. One, two, three. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. On the back side. So I have no idea what the front side is. If this idea of like going backwards is something. Not quite. Because I'm guessing that's what Convalescence was maybe wondering. Like, go for the number of vertexes from up here. Your kid says, yeah. Well, that's a fair point too. Sometimes a nudge, even a gentle nudge, can be difficult. Oh, I thought Convalescence was giving us a nudge, knowingly or unknowingly, into the solution, because I was thinking maybe that was it. And maybe I'm hung up on this picture, thinking like it's gotta be significant in some way. Especially considering the other puzzle doors like this one weren't shapes. They were like pictures of things. Well, okay, that's not true. One of them was like weird glyphs, and the other one was like pictures. There was like a bee and a Egyptian pharaoh and like an alien or some shit like that. So for better for worse, I'm like trying to get away from looking at these necessarily as shapes that map to this guy. And I'm trying to think more about this guy. This vase here. But I'm doing a bad job. I'm doing a bad job of spanking about it. Broken into a hole. Like the kindergarten level. Yeah. When I think of like the idea of just building it back up, like the simplest way I can imagine is, yeah, it's like using these shapes to build a vase. That's the simplest way I can think of it. Like use these to like make that shape together. Again, as if it were like pieces of paper on a like on a table, and you were like arrange them like a puzzle. That's like the most. That's like when I think of like something that's like very, very like caveman brain, right? Just real simple, real like satisfying to move the things into an order. But I can't really think of a way to like map that to these bad boys, these puppies. Something. It's gotta be something, and I bet it's like there needs to be another way to think about this, or like another way to view this. Need to have a paradigm shift. I need like a perspective jiggling. Consider that each square is its own problem. Interesting. Then maybe not necessarily. Okay, well, that's an interesting observation, or an interesting consideration, rather. So, if you were to, oh, okay. I think what Clyde's getting at might just be the key. That might just be the key. So we're taking the shapes inside that square and fixing, making whole some other shape. The pieces, and making this within this square. The obvious thing here, you can make two right triangles can be made into either a rectangle or a square. Oh, okay, that's convenient. Wouldn't that be funny if whatever it just kind of defaulted into is the thing? Wouldn't that be funny? So then what can we do with this guy? If you just went like just kind of made it like Pac-Man itself and go whap, and had that be like the mouth, that's gonna form. hexagon. Last but not least, let's see, you could like flip that over. One, two, three, yeah. That'd be a hexagon. It'd have to be a pentagram, because it's a pentagon. You're gonna end up with 5 shapes, I think. Yeah, that's gotta be it, yeah. Or 5 vertices. Do we let her rip? Let her rip! Gaming! So it was exactly what Clyde had mentioned. Once you stop looking at the big picture and look at like each individual piece, that is very important. Now, I suspect that may or may not be a pattern. Maybe not a pattern, but an approach we'll need to consider for the other puzzle doors. It's also entirely possible the other puzzle doors will play by their own rules. And I can't assume that that same philosophy will be applied. So we'll keep that in the back of our pockets. And it will once again thank you to Clyde and Meerkat, now Clyde's played this game before. Meerkat, this is only his like second or third time viewing this game with his eyeballs, never having played it, but cracked that code very quickly. So shout out to Meerkat, the big brain, and Frank and Clyde being the experienced brain. Good shit. Some good shit, boys and girls. Got a new tape, which took place pretty recently. Like a month and some change ago, because I think the lore is that the current date is somewhere in mid-December of 94. That is big, which might mean more time travel. Sorry, I didn't mean to break. I didn't mean to break it. Entrails all over the floor. This is like the billionth time we've seen intestines everywhere on a floor, and this is the first time she's like noticed it. I've noticed it a billion times, and I've been like, man, that's gross and weird. This is the first time she's like, huh, so that's what those are. It smells gross. Are they from an animal? Like, are you just now noticing this, lady? We've seen that a billion times. What the hell? Like the combination of like super old, rustic, and like still old, but still televisions. Now, granted, again, this takes place in the 90s, so that would have been state-of-the-art back then. Which was the style at the time. Now, the question is... Got a tape. Hell yeah. Do we go right to the tape room and start popping off? Or do we go to more puzzle door rooms? Start doing some stuff. So that was... the restroom, the forbidden restroom. And, well, not restroom the way the North Americans, and Americans in particular, call the restroom. Not like the room in which you piss, but a room in which you lounge and go for a rest. There's also one in, on the west side of floor 2. Actually, I guess all the main floors have some kind of fucky locked room thingy. So, what I'm gonna do, it's getting kind of late. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna position myself precariously over in the save room on the west floor, to just across from the intensive care corridor, the intensive corridor, if you will. And that's what we'll wrap up the stream for the night. How's that sound, guys and gals? Thank you for the nudges, guys and gals. It's always a bit of a bummer when you can't quite get a puzzle completely on your own, right? Everybody, well, maybe I'm projecting here, but I feel like a lot of people, it's like, there's the thing in the back of their mind that says like, man, I want to get this. And it's sometimes like, you hear someone else is like, oh, I got it. And you're like, fuck, I'm not even at step 1, goddamn. So I appreciate you guys for helping me, and also not like, come on, Alex, you dumbass, you weren't fucking riding my ass. Also, there were some nudges without like a forceful push. You guys are the homies, and I appreciate that, because these things can be tricky, and everyone approaches these puzzles, these problems differently. Everyone's different about how they attack these conundrums, and some of them are conundrumous. Conundral. Camdromular. But anyway, some good shit. Good assistance. Good nudges. Good homies being cool helpers. Some of that good shit. Sitting room or a lounging room? Yeah, I would say lounge or study, maybe. I would call it a study. Penis on the statue? Penis on the statue confirmed. Confirmed. So, to be clear, in the intro cutscene for this game, there was very prominent boob. There was prominent boob. Dare I say, maybe even more than one boob. There might have been a second one. I don't know. I'm not gonna fucking tell you how to live your life. But there was definitely a boob. And now there's Pinar. Pinar confirmed. Boob confirmed. Dude, if there's a butt somewhere, I'm gonna fucking die from happiness. Let it be known, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I figured I'd know when I saw it. I need to get my candy ass into West Wing Corridorulars. Yo, I've chosen incorrectly. I've chosen poorly. I think it's gotta be back here. Yes. Yes. Yes! This one. Where I equals 1. Or 1 pip equals 1. Good old-fashioned numbers right there. Oh, baby. So, I would love to keep streaming this. I'm having a very good time. But it is getting late. It's getting late, so let's go ahead and... We got a save point right here. It was written in the stars. We got a save point. It start popping off and pop off exactly as what we shall do next time we play this. Next time we play this, we'll be able to go right across the hall and get right back into puzzle solving, big time mode. I don't know if it's best to solve one puzzle. I'm assuming each puzzle solution will give you something cool. In this case, it gave us a VHS tape we can use on the projector. I don't know if each one will give you a VHS tape or give you something else. So I don't know if it's better to, solve one puzzle and take that reward and use it somewhere, or if it's better to get it to go to all the puzzles, solve all of them, get the rewards all at once, and then spend them all at once. I don't know. But what I do know is we got 2 recording tapes. Let's use one of them. Make a little savey action. Oh, right. Boop. And I will save over the last one from the July timeline.
After going through that strange projection, I found myself in a place I'm sure I have been before.
Convalescent says it was an incorrect nudge. But it was the blind leading the blind. Neither of us knew what we were doing. But your nudge was an interesting one because it very well could have been the solution. It very well could have. There was boob and vagina? There might have been. There very well might have been. I mean, the intro is kind of dark. A second boob is at the stream.
It's different, as if it was the same place at another time. It gave me a feeling I didn't belong.
Forever, my favorite will be the one. It's the guy leaning in and he goes, "Mr. President, a second penis has entered my ass." That will forever be my favorite one.
I discovered something terrible. A young girl locked in a cell. Who could do such a horrible thing to a child?
What's up, Jed? Good to see you, by the way, bud.
There is a robust lock holding the cell door. I don't think I'll be able to locate the key, so I should find another way to open it.
I hope you like... Now, Jet is a voice actor. So, Jet can tell you he recognizes quality voice acting when he hears it.
I have to get her out of there.
I'm sure you were really enjoying the spirited and passionate delivery of the voice acting. And it's okay. It's okay for us to kind of goof on the voice acting because this game came out in 2021, which means it probably predated AI slop for the most part, or passable AI slop, right? Because the AI slop now is awful, but it's prevalent. Whereas back in 2021, not really. So it's probably not AI slop, and also this game is reminiscent of Resident Evil 1 and Silent Hill and blah blah blah. Silent Hill, to I would say probably lesser extent, but definitely Resident Evil had some cheesy-ass voice acting. So, I say it is part of the homage. Part of the vibe. This was a fun stream. Of course, I enjoy all my streams, but tonight was fun. Glad we were able to get some real good progress in this game. I'm sure we got a ways to go. But we're clicking along. Maybe another session or two, we'll be able to beat this. This was fun. Thank you again to Frank and Convalescence and Meerkats and folks kind of helping to hive mind this shit and help me kind of solve some of these trickier puzzles. I appreciate the nudges, and again, I appreciate your consideration, especially folks like Frank, who've played this game quite a lot and know all the solutions, and they hang back. They do the contemplative, like they hang back, they wait, and then they offer little pearls of wisdom when they are requested, but their restraint and their consideration they exercise is very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. So thank you guys and gals for hanging out. Thank you to Gratoffy and Shake and Johnson and Madcap for the raid and Unstable. 5 fucking raids in one night in this economy. Are you kidding me? Incredible. So thank you for hanging out, friends. Appreciate y'all, and we're gonna find a raid target, because that's what we fucking do. Side note, actually a couple side notes. Probably no stream tomorrow. Oh, that's the one with no overlay. I feel so naked. No overlay? I can't breathe. Okay, there we go. Much better. So, probably no stream tomorrow. I'm doing some. I got a show I'm going to tomorrow with some friends. In the PM, in the evening hours, and then on Saturday is a Halloween party, also in the evening hours. So I probably won't be back until like late, like after midnight, both nights. We'll see. You know, there can always be reschedulings. We'll see how it goes. But I would say most likely no stream tomorrow, no stream Saturday. So next stream will be Sunday. And we'll do more co-op shenanigans with the homies, with one of the nice lads who rated us, Shake the Box, as well as our friends Alias Bot and Craft Plays. So we'll probably... I know Shake really wants to play the demo for Tears of Metal. And honestly, it looks fucking dope. Tears of Metal looks cool as hell. So we'll check out that demo. Maybe continue Fly Night. We played through some portion of Fly Night. I'd like to go back and finish that maybe. And, you know, I'm always going to be banging the drum for EDF. I'm always going to be banging the drum for some EDF time. I think Alias has already played EDF, but I don't think Shake has, and I don't think Craft has. So it's like, if I could turn this group into a group of EDF enjoyers for our Sunday co-op streams, oh, I'd be so happy. But I'm happy to play anything with these guys. Peak is always good. Helldivers too, all that shit. I'm down for anything. But no, appreciate folks hanging out with us. There's my socials page, has all of my links, social media and otherwise. I do multi-stream to a lot of places. I'm on Twitch, I'm on TikTok, I'm on YouTube, Trovo, Facebook. I'm on all those places simultaneously when I stream, but Twitch is the main one, so recommend follow me there if you haven't already. We have a Discord server. I'm not special, right? Everybody and their grandma has a Discord server at this point. I do giveaways. I said do, by the way. I do enact giveaways every so often, usually once every few weeks. None this week. For one thing, this is pretty much the last stream for the week. Possibly some next week. Possibly. We'll see. But every so often we do giveaways, and whenever we do any giveaways, they're always proctored through the Discord server in like a raffle format. So if you would like to participate in future giveaways, recommend joining the Discord server. There's actually an optional channel role that will notify you when a new giveaway is open for participation. So if you look in the channels and roles, there's a role you can give yourself voluntarily that will notify you when opportunities for giveaways arise. Otherwise, I have my schedule there. You know, we have like goofy memes there. I've got all my dumbass MS Paint disasters that we do here on stream. I've got all those uploaded to the Discord. And like I said, social media's on there. I got Instagram, we got Twitter, we got Blue Sky, all that shit's there. YouTube, I have the main channel, which I multi-stream to, but also I have the secondary channel, which has everything I've streamed for the past like 4.5 years, including this stream. Tonight's stream will go on there as well. So I've maintained the archive, so we have an evergreen repository of the stuff we stream here, because, you know, the Twitch VODs eventually expire. Alex, did you mean suppository? I mean, listen, you can shove it up your ass if you want to. I wouldn't recommend it, but if you wanted to stick a YouTube video up your butt, I mean, I would recommend a short person's, such as mine, versus a tall person's. It would probably fit better. Probably. But I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Yeah, Hoomst is live right now. A lot of folks are live right now. A lot of folks are popping off. I'm gonna do a quick look-see. I'm gonna do a quick look-see right now in the Tormented Souls 1 and 2 category. See if there's anybody that I just gotta raid into that's playing either this game or its sequel. There's a lot of people streaming the first one. A lot of folks streaming the first one. There's a couple folks. Not a ton that are playing the first. What's this person up to? They say they are a. Okay, hold on. The chat or the channel description catches my eye because they have a cool VTube setup. It looks very like professional and like very well done. And then they say a professional NEET. Those of us who've been on the internet for a couple minutes, you know that NEET means not employed, educated, or in education or in training. So I see this very impressive like VTube and like stream setup, and the first part of their channel description says, "Yeah, I'm a fucking degenerate." I'm gonna unmute their stream real quick. I want to see if are they of an English speaking persuasion?
私はこの貧困から抜け出すために
All right, so I think I will not raid this person because I've raided into people that like didn't speak much English, and it made it very hard to like communicate. So actually hold on, let me unmute because the chat's in English sometimes.
What is coupon?
You get a mix. You know what? I'm gonna take a gamble. Oh, and actually, hold on. I just noticed the second part of the screen. All right, so the screen name. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. So we're gonna raid this person, and I just noticed the first part of their screen name. So it's Japanglish. So Japan in English, right? So Japanglish Cha-Cha is their screen name. So we're gonna raid into this person. Never raided them before. Never seen their content before. They're playing this game, and their channel description was funny. That's all I needed. I don't scrutinize these things very well. Maybe I should sometimes. Maybe I should scrutinize them well sometimes. I have rated people that I wouldn't say that I've regretted rating into, but I've rated into people, and then I've heard their commentary, and I've gone like, ooh, a little edgy, right? Like, I don't know. That is the risk. That is the game when you raid into somebody you've never heard of before. And it's not a personal recommendation. Actually, even I've had some recommendation raid targets be a little spicy. A little questionable. Now let's go and raid this person. I'm sure they're cool. The chat is English and Japanese, so we'll be fine. No worries about getting what's the word I'm looking for? Just things getting lost in translation, as they say. I'm gonna raid this person, and I'll see you guys around. Thank you again, friends, for hanging out. And where's the end? There it is. Boop. Thanks for hanging out, friends. We had so many raids. Once again, we had 5 raids. It was Unstable. We had Madcap. We had Johnson. We had Shake. We had Gratoffy. Thank you, homies. Like I said, no stream tomorrow or Saturday. If that changes, I'll make sure to post in the Discord server. We have the schedule channel, the weekly schedule channel, where, sure enough, my weekly schedule gets posted. If there's any changes, I'll make sure to post it there. Otherwise, you can expect to see me back here on Sunday. We'll do some co-op streams or some co-op games with the homies. Maybe afterwards do some single-player shenanigans. By single-player shenanigans, I think I mean continue this game. And if not Sunday with this game, we'll continue it into next week. So Monday, Tuesday, early next week, we'll pick this game back up. And I think that's the spiel. Y'all have a good one. Everyone take care. And we're going to hang out with Japanglish Cha-Cha. You guys take care. Good night.